Okay, we're now broadcasting. I'm just waiting for the attendees to load. Okay, looks like there's no staff or board members on the other side unless they're dialing in with the phone number. If you're dialing in with the phone number, please press *9 to raise your hand if you should be on the panelist side. If you would like to speak during public comment, when the item is called or public item is called, you'll raise your hand when your name is called to the item or if you wish to speak to the item. Thank you, Blair. We have not called an item yet.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I guess we could call the roll.
Sure. Albany.
Present.
Berkeley.
Present.
Dublin. Fremont. Dublin is present. Fremont.
I am present. Sorry, I'm trying to juggle two things here.
Hayward.
Present.
Thank you. And just a note, Councilmember Marquez will be joining us today for the City of Hayward. Livermore.
Welcome.
Present.
Newark.
Present.
Piedmont.
Present.
Pleasanton. San Leandro.
Present.
Tracy.
Present.
Union City.
Present.
Community Advisory Committee.
Present.
Emeryville.
Present.
Alameda County.
Here.
Oakland.
Present, thank you.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, appreciate it. And our first agenda item will be general public comment. I think everybody knows that this is for items that might be of interest to EBCE, but are not on the agenda for tonight. Madam Clerk.
I have Maggie Lewis, Igor Trego, Jill Z, Jessica Tovar, Jeremiah, Manav Patel, Jehan Sagafi, Jada Jamals-Dogan, James Swanson, and Pete Wobode. If you could please use the raise hand feature. And Alita Dupree and Blair Beekman have joined the stack.
And Madam Clerk, I'm going to ask that we have it be 2 minutes each for this.
Hey, Alita, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you, Chair Dan Kalb. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm looking forward to this meeting. It's going to be a big one. Briefly, as we get into winter, I ask that we stay the course with continuing to provide inexpensive and renewable electricity to our community, to have a focus on development and innovation in rate design as I look at the various price maps of the California Independent System Operator. And I'm seeing at times that electricity is very inexpensive. I think it's important to emphasize the best times for customers to use electricity so we can take advantage of those opportunities when electricity is at its cheapest. Storage is essential, and I think vehicle to grid can really be a big part of this. When I walk through my parking lot and see cars, and they have gasoline in the tanks, and each of those cars has the equivalent of a few hundred kilowatt hours. Imagine being able to store that in electric cars and release it back to the grid during the high peak times. This can be a win-win where everybody can save money, even make some money. So continue the work of creating value-oriented propositions. I think our goal should be to provide electricity that is cheaper than Pacific Gas and Electric, and at the same time to strive for that inexpensive electricity to be 100% renewable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blair Beekman, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for your meeting tonight. San Jose just presented their local energy plans for the next year. They were pretty lackluster, and they have some interesting ideas of low-income help that were interesting. They don't quite have the subsidy plans that EBC has, and they're not as sophisticated with that. And from public comment and just my overall thoughts from the meeting last night, it just reminded me, everything is so blah down in San Jose about community energy that it reminded me that, it's important to not lose sight of good practices. And the work of accountability with technology that I do, it's how there can be better communication for both bureaucracy and everyday community, and how there can be good connections, and that we work towards really positive, sustainable ideas. So that's why I'm here at Community Energy, to talk about what is positive sustainability and what is better local democratic practices. And that, we're on a course that every 10 years there is a disaster, a serious, serious disaster. Maybe in the next 10 years, there's a possibility of an earthquake in the Bay Area. I think if we practice positive sustainability, it'll just leave us better prepared how to work out of an earthquake, as we have had some good practices that have gotten us out of the seriousness of COVID at this time because of our good previous practices. And that, I just hope we're not lackluster in how we move forward and what we can accomplish and work towards and avoid, issues instead of really working on them. And then we'll be ready after the next disaster. Thank you.
Your microphone is unmuted.
Oh, hello. My name is Kelly Abreu. Regional parks and energy projects undergo intense scrutiny of their environmental impacts. In 2011, a coalition of the Friends of Livermore, the California Native Plant Society, and the Audubon Society expressed specific concern about energy generation facilities at important sites in Sunol and Vargas Plateau near Fremont. For large energy projects, Alameda County is a lead agency, and CDFW, Fish and Wildlife, is a responsible trustee under the California Environmental Quality Act. These projects could impact fish, plant, wildlife, but the county planning department and Fish and Wildlife have both fallen asleep at the switch when it comes to these rural areas in Vargas Plateau and Sunol. They failed to oversee or notice construction of an earthen embankment dam with 6 million gallons stocked with non-native fish, an artificial beach, a new event center, a banquet hall with 12,000 square feet, and an occupancy of 400 persons, a new all-weather roads being graded into the hillsides, and irrigated crops without proper water rights. CDFW and Alameda County regulators in the planning department need to wake up and smell the coffee. They need to hear the sounds of those bulldozers grading the roads and damming the tributaries of Alameda Creek. The county and CDFW need to properly vet the environmental impacts of dams, lakes, large event centers, banquet halls in rural Alameda County. Energy generation facilities and regional parks are being singled out for special environmental review. And they are doing more than their share to uphold the requirements of CEQA. Alameda County and CDFW need to also regulate these event centers and banquet halls. Thank you.
Jill C., your
What
microphone.
was that all about?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Jill Zamek. I understand that East Bay Community Energy is reconsidering the purchase of nuclear energy, and I'm speaking in opposition to that consideration. Your website states, quote, EBCE buys clean power. EBCE buys from and is building clean power plants, end quote. But nuclear energy is dirty and it's dangerous. Think uranium mining and milling, high-level radioactive waste, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and Fukushima. If you make the decision to purchase nuclear energy, you risk tarnishing your reputation and losing both allies and customers. Customers expecting clean, renewable power will not be happy customers when they view your power content label. This betrayal of trust is not worth any potential savings. Furthermore, this purchase would support a failed, dirty industry. It has ties to nuclear weaponry, and its supporters continue to promote equally dirty and equally unsafe small modular reactors and other advanced nuclear technologies. Diablo Canyon Nuclear Plant is a very old facility.
What is my
Construction began in 1968 and it didn't go online until 1984. Some systems and components are now over 50 years old and its reliability is in question. Unit 2 was offline from July 17th until August 1st for a hydrogen leak involving the new $90.3 million stator. It shut down again on October 22nd for the same unresolved problem and remains offline today. I live in San Luis Obispo County. The CCA in my region, Central Coast Community Energy, abandoned its consideration of the purchase of nuclear power, along with the vast majority of the other CCAs. Nuclear energy is neither clean nor renewable, and it has no place in the power mix of any community choice aggregation. Thank you.
Jessica Tovar, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, this is Jessica Tovar from East Bay Clean Power Alliance. We are excited to see that East Bay Community Energy is still nuclear free. We are very excited about the unanimous decision of the Hayward City Council to honor its nuclear free zone and reject nuclear in its Brilliant 100 power mix. The other thing I want to add is that the PCIA is really the problem, the root cause of the problem in terms of financial issues with our community choice program and the rest of the community choice programs in California. It was designed to be a poison pill to community choice, and East Bay Clean Power Alliance is dedicated to back you up in fighting the PCIA, because we know that CPUC and PG&E by design want to see community choice fail. We want to see our community choice program thrive. We want to see local clean energy development increase over time. And we want to keep our power mix free of nuclear and other dirty forms of energy, clean power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Manav Patel, your microphone is available.
Hello, I just wanted to entertain the group in the possibility of endorsing the Bay Area's version of the Green New Deal. As I know, this group is a fierce advocate of clean renewable energy, and endorsing this deal would only further this group's reputation and commitment to making sure our climate is clean and our environment is clean for the future. The Bay Area Green New Deal includes many provisions, including a commitment to clean energy and zero carbon economy, a green jobs creation and a just transition for workers, a commitment to clean transportation, clean air, water, and waste, making sure everyone has the right for clean air and water, sustainable agriculture, affordable, sustainable housing, social justice for frontline communities that will be affected in the upcoming years due to the forthcoming climate crisis, the ecosystem restoration and conservation, climate adaptation and emergency planning, research and development for more sustainable solutions, and there's much more included in this provision. I recommend that this group looks to endorse this document and will continue to advocate for more renewable energy in the future and to make sure our communities are safe and that the climate crisis is addressed fairly and correctly, as in the next 10 years, due to our inaction, if we do not act, we will see irreparable harm that we have not seen for many years. Thank you for listening to me. I hope you endorse the Bay Area's version of the Green New Deal, and have a nice day.
Thank
Hi,
you.
good evening. My name is Jeremiah Pinguello. I'm from Albany, city of Albany, and I'm an active member in my community. And Albany is all about clean energy. And we've had so many meetings about this climate action and just this week. So we don't want any nuclear energy. We don't want any power from nuclear. Like everybody said, it's not renewable, and nuclear creates nuclear waste, and which is poison. So we need more solar panels. We need more hydro electricity, and we need more wind electricity. So all this electricity is the future of the world, and we definitely don't need any coal. You know, we don't need any greenhouse gases or nuclear. So please do what you can to keep all this energy green and renewable, because that's the earth we live in. Is we got one planet, and earth is everybody's home, no matter where we grow up in the world, all these invisible borders, but we're all still human, and we all just need air to breathe, water to drink, and food to eat, a safe place to sleep at night. But that clean air we need to breathe comes from a result of these meetings and people in powerful positions to set the standard for the rest of the world. So it sounds like we're doing great and we're moving towards more renewable resources. And there's a lot of things. There's the ocean tide. When the tide goes up and down, that can create electricity. So yes, thank you very much. And no nuclear. And I'm from Albany.
Thank you. Jada Dumas, your microphone is unmuted.
Thanks, Stephanie. Hi, Jada Durmaz Dogan with Local Clean Energy Alliance. I would like to urge the board to pass a policy to ban nuclear energy in East Bay Community Energy. This was done by Redwood Coast Energy Authority, who classified nuclear energy as a prohibited generation source. I think EBC should do the same. And Local Clean Energy Alliance hosted a webinar last week about the battle against nuclear energy. The recording is available now, and I will email it to the board tomorrow. We had 4 great panelists. Jill Zemek of San Luis Obispo Mothers for Peace. She already made a public comment. Daniel Hirsch from Committee to Bridge the Gap. Robert Gold of Physicians for Social Responsibility, San Francisco, and Leona Morgan. She's a community organizer and activist who has been fighting nuclear colonialism in New Mexico since 2007. I invite you to watch the recording and please keep EBC nuclear free. Thank you.
Thank you. Mother's Peace, your microphone is available.
Thank you. I'm Jane Swanson. I live in San Luis Obispo near the Diablo Canyon Nuclear Plant. And I am a customer of the Central Coast Community Energy CCA. I want to fully endorse all the comments made by Jill Zamek as well as by the previous speaker, urging East Bay to refuse to purchase nuclear energy. I wanted to add that PG&E has been offering nuclear energy in the form of attributes. That word is in quotes, attributes. The word attribute is a fictitious term to cover up the fact that any CCA that purchases such an attribute is actually buying nuclear power. And as other speakers have specified, nuclear is not clean. It's not carbon free. If you look at the fuel cycle from mining and enriching and transportation of the fuel, not to mention building the plants. And it's definitely not renewable. It's a finite resource that must be mined out of the ground, mostly in other countries. So I'm just endorsing others who are encouraging East Bay to refuse to pollute their portfolio with one of the world's most toxic substances, radioactive waste from nuclear power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Second call for Margie Lewis, Inger Trago, Jehan Sagafi, Pete Wawode, and Joe Thompson. If you're dialing in, remember that it's #9 to raise your hand. Chair, seeing these names on the attendees list. They may have meant to submit comments only.
Okay, looks like thank you, Madam Clerk. Looks like all those who signed up for public comment and are present have spoken. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate all the public comments. Thank you for those words. We hear you, and we're going to now, as appropriate, move on to the posted agenda. The next item on the agenda is our consent calendar. So 2 members of the board, there are 3 items on the consent calendar. If anybody wishes to pull one of those items off, now is the time to do so. I am not seeing anybody. So if there is a motion, we will have to hear public speakers, but if there is a motion for the consent calendar, now is a great time to get one.
I move approval.
Pilch from Albany, I'll move.
I heard Mayor Arigian and Mayor Pilch move in second, I think, the consent calendar. And Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers, public speakers for the consent calendar item?
I have no speakers for this item. Or for the
Somebody just raise their hand.
Claire Beekman.
Okay, 1 speaker, go ahead.
Claire, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly offer from my last item that, San Jose, they're not as sophisticated with their subsidy ideas. They may be interested in seeing how they can develop future renewables and their community energy ideas without as many subsidy plans. And I just wanted to make that as an informational addition at this time. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Madam Clerk, we could call the roll on the consent agenda.
And I will also call the members that made the motion. Albany,
Yes.
Berkeley,
Yes.
Dublin,
Yes.
Fremont, Hayward,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Piedmont,
What happened to Livermore?
sorry, Livermore.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see they're on the line.
who are we waiting for?
Piedmont to respond and San
Oh, I'm
Leandro.
sorry. Yes.
Thank you. San Leandro,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Union City,
Yes.
Alameda County,
Yes.
Emeryville,
Yes.
Oakland.
Aye, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's adopted. Thank you all. And next we'll move on to our regular agenda. And the first item are the items within our CEO report. Nick?
Unmute you here. So, fairly short one today. We did not have an executive committee meeting in October, nor are we going to have one in November. The Finance, Administration, and Procurement Subcommittee did not meet in November. While the Marketing, Regulatory, and Legislative Committee did meet on November 5th, and they received an update on marketing and account services and also a regulatory update. Okie doke. Why don't we pull up the slides, and I'm going to let Annie kind of walk through the customer awareness survey results that we conducted. Annie? All right, well, I will start, and if Annie jumps, feel free to jump in at any time, Annie. So next slide, please. So we from time to time like to conduct customer market awareness surveys of our customers to see what the level of awareness around EVC is, and to better understand how customers are engaging with EVCE. So this particular survey, we surveyed 300 customers across our current service territory. So I do not believe that we covered Tracy, City of Tracy. Because of the zip codes, it's possible that we did include some customers in Pleasanton and Newark because of the overlapping zip codes, though. One of the results that we got was, first and foremost, our customers tend to get their information from website-based news, followed by television, and then, from friends and neighbors. And presumably some of that is, through Facebook is where they're getting that interaction with friends, family, and neighbors. In terms of priorities, electric reliability was, extremely important, but, closely followed by electricity costs. We also like to ask customers about some of their consumer habits that might affect electricity usage. And so in this particular one, we did ask about electric vehicles, and we got 26% of respondents saying that they were thinking of buying an electric vehicle in the next year. And then finally, 35% of respondents were said they were familiar with EVC, which is actually an increase in that percentage of customer awareness from the past. Next slide, please. Okay. So this, generally just breaks down for you a sense of, the major sources of news and information that people trust and rely on. And, as you can see, television is, your top, and you sort of go down the line from there. And we tend to use this to help also inform, among other things, the different channels that we're going to use to do outreach to consumers. Next slide, please. There's a lot of slides here, so we're not going to run through them all, but So, you know what, actually, why don't we go back to, I think the executive summary more or less covers the key points. So why don't we go back to the CEO report itself? Great. And then can we go to the second page, please? We did this fall experience 2 PSPS events, much more modest in size than the previous year. In early or mid-October, we had 4,600 customers impacted. And then in late October, we had a little over 13,000 customers impacted. And in both cases, these were also shorter PSPS outages than we had experienced in the past. I believe that they were, 1 day or so, as opposed to past experience where we've had multi-day outage. Our hope is that that does reflect the fact that PG&E is making some positive investments in their system that's going to allow them to quickly reduce the duration of these outages over the coming years. And then finally, we did mail out our power content label. It's been emailed and mailed to customers. And let's actually go to the very last slide, Stephanie, if you could, and we'll show you an example of our power content label.
I apologize, it's a PDF, so I have to scroll all the way through.
No problem. So let's go one before that. If you recall, so for those of you on the board who have not seen this before, this is a document that we are required to send to all customers by the state of California. And the power content label compares EBCE's energy products to the system average mix for California. So, we have 3 products: renewable 100, billion 100, and Bright Choice. And then you have your 2019 average power mix. The thing I think that we think is compelling about the power content label is it's not just like some of our other required mailers, something where we have to just focus very narrowly on the power content, but it's also a document that we have a lot more opportunity to share information with customers. So, in this, particular version, we wanted to highlight our mask distribution program that we've been running throughout the last 6 or 7 months. So that was highlighted here. And then, we also highlight, next slide, please, our kind of core customer commitments and major achievements. So those are our green power investments. Those are the customer savings that we have achieved. And those are the other local investments that we're making, whether it's through our Resilient Home program or through our grants that we've made to local nonprofits. So that is my CEO report.
Okay, thank you. We will have some public speakers, but board members, colleagues, any questions to Nick or staff on the CEO report before we hear from the public? I see Mayor Pilch from Albany has his hand raised. Nick?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I just thought it was fascinating reading through the marketing data. It seemed like personal items or household interests were above some of the other items. People wanted help with solar installation and getting heat pump hot water filters in their homes. Those rated higher than EBCE procuring green energy, it seemed like. So I just thought these are fascinating data points. And I think I urge everyone to take a close look. Interesting stuff. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez from Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple questions for Nick. I believe I read under the consent item that we were issuing a grant to downtown street teams. It indicated San Jose, so I just wanted to get clarification if that was funds that are actually going to be used in the East Bay, and then just wanted to have a better understanding of how the funding is allocated to local nonprofits. I read on the website that there's still funds available, so if you could please just explain that to me.
The reference to San Jose was likely a typo. It would probably not have been San Jose.
They might be housed there, like their headquarters, maybe San Jose.
Maybe, but certainly, I don't think that that's the case because we don't actually typically give grants. It probably should have been San Leandro. So let me confirm that one. But certainly, the resources are all going into our service territory. Stop, sweetie. Come on. So I just got a note. They are located. Their headquarters are located, I guess, in San Jose, but they operate sort of different units. And so that particular grant was actually to support work in Hayward. And so the way the grants are allocated is we've held 3 separate rounds of grant openings where local organizations have been able to submit applications for grants, and then we select the recipients based on a variety of factors. One, kind of alignment of what they do with kind of the intended use of funds, impact of the grant, and then we also always want to make sure that the grant dollars are distributed equally across the service territory. And so we try to make sure that North, Middle, South, and East County are all getting kind of a proportional share of the funds that we're making available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any more questions to the CEO? I'd have one. I guess I have trouble. The survey, one of the top line questions, it suggests that 26% of the people you talked with in the survey said that they're thinking about or likely to, or whatever it was, purchase an electric vehicle next year, within the next year or so. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Okay, so I hope that's true. I find that hard to believe. I mean, first of all, 26% of the people are not going to buy a new car, period, in the next year, let alone electric vehicle. So I'm just, was this a general, ratepayer survey, or was it a targeted group that might be a skewed result? I don't know how we got that 26% buy electric vehicle in the next year.
I generally think, Dan, that that kind of a question tends to more reflect consumer awareness of electric vehicles as opposed to consumer awareness of electric vehicles as opposed to I'm actually going to buy one. And then it was an online survey as opposed to, in the past we've done intercept surveys, which are more, I guess, random. Whereas an online survey does tend to have more response bias. And so it's people who are going to respond tend to respond. So those would be my two explanations.
That the online survey, the self-selection, that made sense. Okay. I see no more questions. Madam Clerk, let's go to the attendees, the public comment.
Thank you. Kelly Adbury, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you very much. EVC seems to be working more on the consumer side than on the supply side. It does direct marketing, account management, glitzy naming, and consumer polling, such as this one. There seems to be less emphasis on cost and on grid stability. Even though the politicians who oversee EVCE also regulate land use, their latest solar policy in Alameda County isn't geared for clean energy. The politicians are listening to opinion polls, landowners, biologists, and newspaper publishers, not to electrical engineers or utility grid operators. EBCE does recognize that the cost of rooftop solar is high, but local leaders like to imagine that it's cheap. They also imagine that pasta, rice, and beans ought to be priced on par with caviar and filet mignon. Rooftop is a Looney Tune proposition. EBCE has a strategy to combine solar with storage, but the county solar plan doesn't include storage. So EBCE needs to take the lead. It needs to get cities and counties to align their land use policies, their general plans with clean energy. The zoning and general plan should support battery storage projects within Alameda County. Finally, EBCE needs to influence state energy policy. States should price in grid stabilization as a service and incentivize frequency regulation with instantaneous response. That means more government relations specialists to work with cities and counties in the East Bay and more lobbyists in Sacramento. East Bay has lots of technical expertise. Tesla is building a factory for batteries right here in Fremont. So EBCE has the opportunity to lead the nation in low carbon generation combined with local storage for grid stability. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Madam Clerk, any more public comments for this item?
There are no speakers for this item.
Okay, back to the board. Any more comments? Any board members have any other comments or questions? I'm seeing none, and this is an informational item. So thank you, Nick, and thank you to the entire staff, as always, for your good work. And we'll move to the next item. Whoops. And that next item is, excuse me. Now I froze here a little bit. Sorry. My apologies, my screen froze a little bit here. Madam Clerk, will you call the next item?
The CAC report, there's no document for this item.
Mary, do you have any presentation for the or comments on the CAC report?
I do have some comments. I don't have a presentation. I wanted to let the board know that the CAC has started what we're calling a metric initiative. There is more information about it. I'm going to give you a little bit now, but there is more information about this on the EBC website from the CAC meeting that we held. We kicked it off last Monday, and in there is a document that describes it a little bit more than what I'm going to tell you about tonight, as well as a presentation from myself and JP. This is an initiative that we're working on very closely with EBCE staff. We're trying to make sure that by the time myself and Jane, who is the vice chair, term out in July of next year, that we can we're seeking to accomplish 3 different things. One, we want to document kind of where EBCE stands in terms of this, what I'm calling stage 1 efforts. The local development business plan is actually separated into 3 different stages. EBCE is now finishing up stage 1. There was a whole list of things that were really planned for, and really what we're trying to do is just kind of make sure that this is pulled together and documented in terms of what happened within EBCE in this stage on a very qualitative level, and this will be based really working with staff. The second thing that we're trying to do within this initiative is to document and track the values of the local development business plan metrics that are described in there. There were 7 of them. I'm not going to go into them tonight, but there were 7 of them. And then the third thing is really describe how the beneficial pillar principles that we have in the CAC work plan that are embedded within this local development business plan of social equity and just transitions are being addressed through EBC activities. These were not specifically called out as metrics, but it is an area of interest within the CAC. And so we're planning to work and look at those as part of this initiative. So I just wanted to keep people informed. There is more information, like I said, on the website from our meeting last Monday. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mary. Appreciate it. And do we have any public speakers on this agenda item, Madam Clerk?
There are no speakers for this item. Thank you.
Okay, and board members, any questions to our Community Advisory Committee Chair based on what you just heard? Okay, seeing none, thank you. That was an informational item. Thank you very much. Our next item is an action item, our reserve fund allocations for this fiscal year. And is that Howard or Nick?
Yes.
Howard?
I'm going to present on this. Stephanie can pull up the memo. Great, thank you. This one is an action item, and staff is seeking approval from the board to adopt the resolution to approve proposed contributions to the reserve funds. And I'll walk us through a quick summary of our reserve policy, and then sort of the waterfall for how we're determining the cash to put in the reserve funds, and then finally, the actual trickle through of the waterfall itself. As a brief summary, the board did previously vote and approve a financial reserve policy on June 20th, 2018. In that policy itself, it includes what is listed here as Table 1. So this is sort of an overview of the 4 different buckets of reserves that we have. The operating/credit reserve is 1, rate stabilization is 2, collateral reserve is 3, and then lastly, the local development reserve is 4. And you can see both the target levels that are provided here, at least by percentage. And then we have a minimum annual contribution and then a maximum annual contribution. Stephanie, if you can go to the next page, please. The methodology by which we determined from this last fiscal year, so that would be 2019 to 2020, June 30th of 2020, we looked at those audited financial statements, which we previously provided in the October board meeting. And we went through this methodology that's laid out here. So we look at the convertible assets from the audited financial statements. So all of the short-term assets and convertible assets, and then deduct total liabilities. We deduct what was previously allocated to reserve funds because those assets that we're looking at are on a cumulative basis. And then lastly, we deduct our forecast of working capital requirements for the fiscal year. And so based off of that analysis, if you look at Table 2 here, we start with our cash and equivalents, which is roughly $108 million. That's taken directly from the audited financial statements. And then we add our accounts receivables, net of allowances, and we add our accrued revenue. And so that totals about $185 million. And then we take our total liabilities, which is approximately $58 million. We deduct the total liabilities from those convertible assets, and that gives us about $127 million of unrestricted funds available for reserves. Again, that's on a cumulative basis for our historical operations. And so from that number, we deduct the previous reserves. So about $40 million that was previously allocated in reserves from last year. And that gets us to approximately $86 million, which would be available for reserves for 2020. And from that number, we deduct our projected working capital requirements for the year. So for generally short-term energy purchase requirements, which amount to about $37 million forecasted for this year. And that gets us to just shy of $50 million for what we are calling the working capital adjusted funds available for reserves. And so that's the number that we're looking to then put through the waterfall that was highlighted in Table 1. And a couple quick notes there. That amount of $50 million amounts to about 10.7% of our revenues for the year. If you look at our minimum contribution, the total is about 7%, and the maximum contribution is 16%. So that 10.7% is right there around in the middle. And Stephanie, if you can scroll forward to Table 3 on the next page. So this is the waterfall itself. So we take that $50 million and we cycle it once through each bucket, starting with the operating / credit reserve. And so that gets a minimum allocation of approximately $23 million. Next in that waterfall is the rate stabilization reserve at $2.3 million, the collateral reserve at $2.3 million, and then the local development reserve at about $4.6 million. And so that totals about $32 million, which makes up the minimum allocations for the reserves. So we go through those once, and then we go through and try to hit where we can on the maximum reserves. In this case, we get a good bit through for the operating / credit reserve, and then we don't go through any more buckets beyond that. And so that's the $17 million there that you can see under the added allocation column. And then you can see the total allocated, which is a combination of the minimum allocated and the added allocation. And for that, then we would be at, for the operating credit reserve, about $40 million. And then for the rate stabilization, collateral and local development, because there are no additions from the added allocation, you can see those amounts, and they total about $50 million in aggregate. Again, as a percentage of revenue, you can see the last column there. The operating credit reserve is about 8.7% of our annual revenues. The rate stabilization and collateral are both 0.5%, and local development at 1%. And so that totals 10.7%. Table 4 is a cumulative look at our reserve balances. So adding in the approximately $40 million from prior year, plus the $50 million that we're proposing now, gets us to about a total reserve of $90 million. And you can see, I won't read every number off, but you can see our target numbers is the first column there. So that is what is established in our reserve policy itself, and what we're trying to obtain. And then the next column is the starting balance. So that's what we previously allocated. And then the additional allocated is what we're recommending for allocation this year. And then lastly, the ending balance. So the cumulative amounts for each of the buckets, again, adding up to approximately $90 million. So that is the, that's a snapshot of what we're proposing in terms of reserve allocation. The last bit of highlight that I'll provide here is some information that members of the FAP subcommittee, the Finance and Procurement Subcommittee, had asked for, just to help speak to, what are our targets? Where do we want to be in terms of reserves and liquidity? So this is just a start to sharing some of that information as staff has evaluated and researched some of that detail. There will be more information that we share most likely in the next FAP meeting in December, and then going forward beyond that. But I'll summarize that. So our operating reserve right now is approximately 37% of its target. So that's the $73 million, which would be the ending balance, assuming that we allocate the $50 million that we're recommending here. That $73 million out of a target of $198 million approximately is where we get that 37% of its target level. In order to pursue our investment grade credit rating, which is a goal of EBC here in the hopefully short term, we need to maintain strong reserves and strong liquidity metrics. Liquidity, of course, is a more generalized statement that includes both our cash reserves here, which we've detailed, in addition to any working capital cash balances that we have that we're sort of regularly using. So, under an evaluation by credit rating agencies, they're looking at our overall liquidity. As of June 30th, 2020, our balance sheet and cash and cash equivalents position was approximately $108 million. And so doing some comparisons of other CCAs that have obtained investment grade credit ratings here, you can see in the table we have MCE, PCE, which is Peninsula Clean Energy, Silicon Valley Clean Energy, and then 3CE, which is the CCA that was formerly known as Monterey Bay. And so those CCAs have all obtained credit ratings. The details that we've provided here are their cash balances and their liquidity metrics as of their credit rating. Now, there's no definitive guideline that Moody's or S&P or Fitch publishes to say, get this number and you get this credit rating. And so, through conversations with the credit rating agencies, as well as looking at some of the comparisons for what other CCAs have been able to attain through that process, we tried to draw some conclusions from that in terms of what range we want to be within. And for us, we're targeting maintaining cash levels when we go out for a credit rating of between $150 million to $200 million. That's some soft guidance. Of course, more research is being done, more conversations are being had, but that's something that we did want to share with the board in context of our reserves and general liquidity targets, particularly with some of the information that we've now researched among the other CCAs. Maybe the one thing I'll just note as a closing statement here is historically, most of the ratings have been done by Moody's. The most recent one, which was 3CE, they had their ratings done by S&P. And so this is the first rating that S&P has provided. And you can see S&P had provided them a single A rating, which is above where the other CCAs have been at. So we do see some, that's a new data point in the industry that really just came out over the course of the last month or so. And that seems to speak to that, there are opportunities to sort of continue to bolster and get a higher credit rating based off of liquidity metrics and obviously other both qualitative and quantitative factors that are part of that evaluation process. So with that, just want to summarize, this is an action item where we're seeking approval to allocate the proposed contributions toward reserve funds. Those are best spelled out in tables 3 and 4. And I'll take questions from the board at this time.
Thank you, Howard, for the presentation. Colleagues, any questions from board members at this point? Not seeing it. Oh, I see a hand raised. Councilmember Monroe from Livermore.
Yeah, so first of all, I really appreciate the explanation of the increasing fiscal stability. It's what makes an organization. You've got to have that before you have anything. But I am intrigued by the ratings where I'm looking at the data. I cannot figure out where the ratings come from or what they mean, given that there's great differences in cash on hand, great differences in the days of liquidity, and for the first 3, the same rating. Does it mean anything? Do we care?
That's a great question. So, we're obviously boiling down a lot of information in the various credit evaluation reports. This is just scratching the surface in terms of what we summarized here. But what we provided here, I think, is more relevant in context of what we're talking about, which is reserves and liquidity. I think you asked a really good question. What we see is, I guess a few takeaways from that. MCE, first of all, has the lowest days liquidity on hand amongst this group. With that said, MCE also had the earliest credit rating. So their credit rating was 2.5 or 3 years ago. Forgive me, I don't remember the exact date, but they definitely have the first credit rating amongst all the CCAs. And their liquidity metrics are significantly higher at this stage. So I think there is some part of the analysis that the rating agencies do that, of course, look at the projections for liquidity. And so even though at the time of the rating, MCE had a lower days liquidity on hand metric of 86 days relative to, say, 135 or some of the higher numbers there were projections that were significantly higher. And you can see that in MCE's liquidity today, where their numbers are significantly higher. We can certainly share some of that in some of the follow-up research and information that we provide as to where CCAs are today. And we also will try to provide and dig up some information as to what their actual target numbers are, so we can show those as comparison as well. So that's good feedback. But you can see some variation in terms of those liquidity metrics. But I would say, at least from what we've gathered, is MCE seems to be a little bit more of an outlier there. And that's because they were the first CCA, and since that time, they have accumulated stronger liquidity metrics.
The only other point, Trish, I would make about MCE is it's not just they were the first CCA rated, they also have by far the longest operating history. So they've been operating for 10 years as compared to our 2 years, right? So,
right.
It's not formulaic. It's as much sort of art as science. And so I think that's where some of the art comes in. Like, well, you have 8-9 years of operating history that gives us confidence that this level of liquidity is sufficient.
Thank you. That I think was what I was looking for in terms of a missing data point. But I appreciate the fuller explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Marquez from Hayward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this thorough presentation. You made this really, really easy to follow. So I really appreciate your explanation and going over each table. What's your best worst case scenario in terms of how many years it's going to take us to actually secure the credit rating?
Best worst case scenario. So there's a couple of factors that are important for the credit rating process, and I will follow up with more information. I think this was just to start to introduce some metrics, and so have a task at hand in the upcoming board meetings to provide probably a more thorough review of that, starting with our FAB committee. But I think there's two factors that really play into timing. One is liquidity, of course, which is what we're really talking about here today, and when can we get to some of these target levels. And then the other factor is just operating history. So, something that the credit ratings have generally stated, though not so formally per se, is that you need 3 full years of operating history. I think we've seen some variation there. And particularly, I think with S&P, there may be an opportunity to try to compress that a little bit. But I think that's where we need to have some additional conversation with the rating agencies themselves to see if is there an opportunity to sort of reduce that a little bit. What is the actual amount of time that you need to have audited financial statements relative to just operating history? So I think roughly 3 years of operating history is what I think is a reasonable target there, in light of that kind of metric. And then the other one, of course, is liquidity here. We have strong liquidity numbers. As of June 30th, it was about $108 million for our cash and cash equivalents. And then since that time, actually, the last few months, given that we were in summer months, our cash balances have increased a little bit, though by the end of the fiscal year, we would expect that to go back down. So part of that is, based off of what we can forecast, I hope that in 2021, kind of towards the end of 2021, we can have an investment grade credit rating, but there are still a lot of factors that sort of play into that timing. So that's a soft guidance I want to provide.
Okay, thank you. And when this does come back to us, can you please define the different CCAs, their actual name? I wasn't familiar with these acronyms, and then also add that data point for how many years they've been in operation. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Howard, also for that work and bringing forth this recommendation. I appreciate you bringing forth sort of that data point of $150 million to $200 million to sort of find that sweet spot where we can get that credit rating and then ultimately get rid of that lockbox, which frees up additional capital towards more local investment. Is that my logic right? So once we get that better credit rating, we can free up that capital in that lockbox and be able to deploy it to better use or other purposes?
That is the expectation, is that when we get investment grade credit rating, we can get rid of the lockbox, which is a form of security for priority energy suppliers right now. I think there is still a negotiation process to go through that. There's a commercial negotiation that sort of allows us to have that conversation. So there's no explicit lockbox rule that says once you get investment grade, this just dissolves. So there are actions we have to take and discussions that we have to have with our various energy suppliers to do that, but that is the expectation.
And just to clarify, these reserves that we're putting out there, are they now restricted and only worst case scenario do we touch them? Or is there other, other restrictions or any kind of information around how can we not use these funds now?
Yeah, so by policy, these reserves can be used with board approval. Our policy, of course, can be amended as well. But as it pertains to sort of restricted versus unrestricted, that you would typically consider like from a financial covenant perspective, these funds are not restricted in that light. And that's important for credit rating purposes because the credit rating agencies do want to know that the agency has the flexibility to utilize those funds when necessary. Whereas restricted capital, for example, reserves that were required to hold for our bank covenants, the credit ratings would actually deduct that cash from available liquidity.
Okay. Well, thank you, Howard. Look forward to next month to sort of report on this in the FAB committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Howard. I see no more questions at this time among board members. Madam Clerk, should we call any public speakers, if any? Stephanie, there you go.
There you go. I do not have speakers signed up for this item.
Okay, colleagues, this
I
is an
apologize,
action.
pardon me, Chair, Alita Dupree just signed up for this item.
Okay, got it.
Alita, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you, Chair Dan Kelb, Alita Dupree for the record. I did fill out the speaker slip, item 9. This is very important, and I advocate that strong reserves are essential. Reserves are not stranded capital. They are an investment, and they allow our agency to conduct business from a position of strength. Because when the bills come in, it's nice to be able to pay any bill that comes in at any time during the month. And I want us to be aspirational in this work, to aim for the coveted AAA investment grade rating. Because good ratings help us to be taken much more seriously in the investment world, because I want to see the investment community to see that we are indeed a serious player in this business of selling electricity to the people. And so it's a wise investment of our profits, if you will, to aim toward this almost $300 million goal. And we must not stop until we get there. So I believe that this item is worthy of passage and continuing this work into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers, colleagues, do I have a motion on this item?
So moved, if you can.
That's Councilmember Hernandez.
I'll second.
Sure.
I'm sorry, who was that seconding?
Jaime from Union City.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Patino. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, you could call the roll.
Thank you. Albany,
Yes.
Berkeley, Dublin,
Yes.
Fremont, Hayward,
Yes.
Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Piedmont,
Yes.
San Leandro,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Union City,
Yes.
Alameda County,
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't quite there.
Emeryville,
Yes.
Oakland.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to staff again on all your work on this item. Next, our next item is our power source, our power content label. It is also an action item. Nick, who's presenting on this?
Jim Dorrance. Jim is there somewhere. I see him. Jim, there he is. All right, Jim.
Everybody.
Take it away.
Do you want to pull the slides up, Stephanie, please? Okay, good evening, members of the board. My name is Jim Dorrance, as Nick said, and I'm a member of the Power Resources team. So I'm going to present the 2019 Power Source Disclosure Annual Report and the Power Content Label that was also in the CEO report as well. And this is an action item, so it will require a board vote to accept both the Power Source Disclosure Report and the annual report. Slide, please. So what we're going to talk about is we're going to start by kind of discussing the Power Source Disclosure Report program and what it is. Then I'll speak to the preparations of the report itself. And then I'll talk about the Power Content Label, what that is and how it's tied to it. And then I'll present the actual 2019 Power Content Label as well. Next slide, please. So the Power Source Disclosure Program, it's run by the California Energy Commission, the CEC. And what this is it requires electricity providers, people providing power into the state of California to submit an annual report. And so what this report is it discloses the purchases you make in a calendar year. And so we are here in 2020, and we are discussing the purchases that were made in the previous calendar year. So we're talking about our 2019 purchases, the full year's worth of purchases. And through the program, what we do is we report our megawatt hours by source, and this is as a % of our total retail sales. So we break our purchases down to the source level, and then we report that, and those are aggregated into % by fuel type relative to those sources. I hope that makes sense. And then through the program, after the tabulation, we submit this to the California Energy Commission every year as well. Next slide, please. Now to the preparations that we do for the power source disclosure report, and you see that here on the flow chart. So we begin by reviewing the calendar year data. Again, we're talking about the previous calendar year as we report. And what that includes are things like our renewable purchases, which are the renewable energy credits, RECs, our carbon-free purchases, which for the most part are large hydro. And then we also review our total retail sales for that calendar year by the individual plans. So then we take that data and we do steps for verifying it, and we do that through Regis, which is a REC tracking tool that's used across the state and across the WEC as well, to kind of manage and track RECs. We measure the carbon-free large hydro through meter data for in-state resources, and we use electronic tags for those that are out of state. And then we verify the data through the purchase invoices and through the existing contracts for those individual power contracts as well. And that's just those are the tools that we use to kind of verify the data that we received during the year. So then we take this data and it's aggregated kind of by source level. So we have, a generation resource and the associated purchase megawatt hours for that. And we use the CEC PSDR template, and we input those sources into a series of tables. And what this ends up showing are our purchased megawatt hours as a % of sales by fuel type. And then there are individual templates for each of our 3 plans. And so you think about this, it's these tables that you enter the source data into, and then that moves forward into the % content that you and the customer see. From there, with the data entered into the templates, we conduct internal reviews where we audit the data checks of the aggregation themselves. And then we pass the power source disclosure report through the executive and marketing team to review kind of the % totals for the individual plans relative to our targets and promises to our customers for renewable energy. And at the end of that, we submit the PSDR report to the CEC. Next slide, please. So now we have the power content label, which is part of the power source disclosure report program. What this is and how it differs to some degree from the power source disclosure report is this is the actual aggregation of the data in content form, kind of as a mailer, which you saw on the CEO report, which is sent out both by mail and email. And this is the typical disclosure of the customer's content to the customers. And so what this contains is the power mix for our individual retail plans, in addition to the total California system power mix. And I'm going to talk about this a little bit now. I know Nick had touched on it as well. And so through the power source disclosure report, each individual load serving entity in the state submits these reports to the CEC. The CEC takes all of these reports and they add up the totals for each of the individual fuel types, and they get an aggregate California picture of the power mix. So just like us and our other CCA friends and everyone in California, they submit their PSDR, the CEC adds all this up, and they get kind of a full picture of what the California statewide mix is. And so how this pertains to the power content labels, this allows, through the content label, the customers to compare their power content through the retail plans we offer to the California power mix. Because the content label is publicly available through the CEC, it also allows customers to compare their power mix to other electricity providers as well. And so really the idea is it's a tool, and they use the term nutritional label for your individual content as a customer. It's a pretty big deal, as Nick alluded to in the CEO report as well. We can go ahead to the next slide. So here we have, again, is the EBCE 2019 power content label. And as discussed, this is the breakdown of our content between our three products, Renewable 100, Brilliant 100, and Bright Choice. These are percents by fuel type, fuel source. And then the column on the far right in white is that California power mix that I discussed there. And so you kind of see how we rank against the state on average itself here. Okay, we can go to the next slide. So that's all of the topics that I have about the report. I do want to add that, again, this is an item that the board is required to vote on to accept as part of the Power Source Closure Program. And I'd like to now ask if the board has any questions about this.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate the report. First, to the board, any questions? Councilmember Hannan from Newark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, thanks for the report. Jim, in your report, you mentioned that you're also going to provide the sources of energy from other providers. And I saw in your last chart where you listed our various products and also the state product. Do they not provide a column for customers that are currently just receiving PG&E as their source?
Yeah, good question. So what you're asking, let me just re-ask, is you're asking, does PG&E also post their power content label? So PG&E customers, what their content would be, is that available?
Right, and also would we show that then on the last chart that you displayed where you showed the various energy sources?
Yeah, we typically would. The timing for having the content labels be publicly available. So, you know, we will submit our power content label to the CEC, and when submitted, they will post on their website. I'm not sure if PG&E's is there, but it does take them a while to get them, and they usually don't start showing up until into the next year, especially this year where all of the submittal dates have shifted dramatically. Usually these are kind of wrapped up by August, but now we're submitting all the way here back in November. So I can always point the board to where that's located. I can't speak to whether PG&E's is there right now or not.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro.
Thank you, Chair. Can you clarify, and thank you for the presentation, Jim. In regards to the power content label, I noticed for 2019 we had nuclear mixed in there, 1.5% of the Bright Choice. Is that part of that ACS purchase that was bundled and later identified as nuclear? And then moving forward, will we see any of that in 2020?
Yes, thank you. Good. Absolutely. So the nuclear is part of our ACS product. It's a very small percent, as you've seen. And so in the previous year, in 2018, where we reported our ACS mix, they had shown up as unspecified. And I'm going to use this term, but it's disaggregated by product. And so the previous year, they had not done that. They are doing that for our 19 purchases and beyond. And so that nuclear amount is part of that ACS mix. And if we do continue to keep ACS in our content for 2020, which you're sure we do, it will also show up then as well.
That's what you're saying. I think I want to clarify. In 2020, we've chosen or have not chosen to include or work with ACS for that power content or that power per se.
Yeah, that was my mistake. I was thinking of 21. Yes, we do have ACS for 2020. I was just thinking a little more forward.
So 21, there would not be the nuclear element of it. Is that what I'm just trying to clarify your comments. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we will see the nuclear on our content for 2020. You know, we have contracted ACS for 2021. It just depends on whether we keep that as content as we get in the year or not. I don't think that's been decided yet. There's we do have the ability to resell product that we purchase, and those decisions haven't been made yet.
And so are we under contract for 2021 with ACS to acquire some of their unspecified product, which is now being allocated, or now we know the nutritional mix of the power? And is that something that's coming back to the board in some point, or has it already been decided? And I know we get thrown a lot of information, so I just want to make sure we're clear and straight about nuclear, because I know it's a hot button issue.
Yeah, so these are items that so in answer your question, yes, we do have ACS contracted for 2021. These are contracts we'd made, you know, during 2019. So it's none that we've contracted recently. And even further, it's none that we've contracted since we've had certainty that they were going to disaggregate the sources on the power content label. And so since that's, and we knew that was coming, but it didn't really have a clear timeline. And so since that, we have not purchased any more ACS.
So we're under
I would also
contract.
sorry, I would just add in one other important element. Some of our contracts are allowed the supplier to deliver either large hydro or ACS. And so that sort of speaks to the sort of a little bit of uncertainty as to why, we can't just say this is exactly what it is. Because when we put those contracts in place in 2019, when large hydro carbon-free supply was very tight, very limited, we sort of had to be a little bit more flexible with giving suppliers the flexibility and ability to deliver either of those sources from the Pacific Northwest. So there's a little bit of uncertainty as to exactly what that volume will be, but it will be very low, sort of, similar to what we're seeing here.
And I know that we're looking to procure more contracts and more like solar, wind, and maybe, I don't know if there's any hydro in the mix in the future, but more of that, then we have more visibility to what we're procuring through the power purchase agreements, whereas ACS more of a bundler for providing that energy. And now they're calling it out. So just wanted to understand that. I appreciate the clarity. Some of it's been contracted since 2019. Now we have visibility to the power mix or the nutritional elements of the power that we do obtain. And I think there's some point that it will sunset, as I understand it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I see no other comment, no other questions right now. Let's go to the public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Have Alita Dupree and Mike Friedrich. Alita, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you, Chair Dan Kalb, Alita Dupree for the record. Good report. Thank you for the clarification on the nuclear being shown in the mix. I appreciate it. I'm not going to make a big deal over that now. It is what it is. Overall, I think we are doing a very good job at our power portfolio. 1.5% nuclear is very low, and our portfolio is largely greenhouse gas free and a minimum of 60% renewable at the lowest tier. So this is work that we can indeed be proud of and to trade on. So this is exciting to see this detailed information available to us now. It shows that we are taking leadership in being transparent and timely with this. Thank you for the breakdown of the various subsets, where I was able to add up the renewable kilowatt hours. It's about, I'd say about 3.5 billion or so. And that's about the amount of power that the Metropolitan Transportation Authority in New York buys each year. So the fact that we are buying that much true renewable power in a year shows that this can indeed be done. So just any of you have ridden on that subway system, it gives you an idea of what we're able to do. So I don't know when we'll have a renewably powered New York City subway, but we are working very hard toward a more renewably powered Alameda County and Tracy. Thank you.
Mike Friedrich, your microphone is available.
Hi, I wanted to ask this earlier in the earlier presentation, but I didn't think it was appropriate, but you've shown it again. The renewable 100 column, where it's 100% solar and wind. What happens on a quiet night? 100% is a high bar, and I guess I just don't understand where the power, where that comes from when it's simply not available. That's it.
I'll take that one, Jim. So when we think about our renewable and our carbon-free content at this point, we really think about annual netting. So 100% renewable does not mean that 100% of your power is coming from renewable in every minute, every hour, but rather that over the course of a year, we have bought the equivalent number of megawatts of renewable energy as that customer uses. Now, over time, the intention is to move to a hour by hour type of accounting approach where we are going to be increasingly matching actual generation with actual consumption.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Is there one more public speaker?
Blair Beekman, your microphone is available.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My mic's a little weird on my end, so thank you. I guess I wanted to, Alita Dupree has been offering some nice summaries this evening, and it's helped me a lot in my beginner's understanding of how to understand these issues. And I just wanted to thank his words, how he's thinking and working on the subject. And, it's a good effort of camaraderie, hopefully, to develop something interesting for our future. And it is, how to develop positive, sustainable ideas for our future that I'm interested to see how that can develop in the next few years. And sorry if my words from public comment, I could have prefaced them a little better. I offered a heavy subject matter, and sorry if I didn't preface it better. Thank you for this item.
Thank you very much. And we're going to bring it back to the board members. This is an action item. Colleagues, any more questions or comments? I don't see any. If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Councilmember Marquez from Hayward.
I'll second.
Who was that seconding? Mayor May?
Hernandez from Dublin.
My apologies. Mayor-elect Hernandez from Dublin. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, and let's call the roll.
Albany,
Yes.
Berkeley, Dublin,
Yes.
Fremont, Hayward,
Yes.
Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Piedmont,
Yes.
San Leandro,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Union City,
Yes.
Alameda County, Emeryville,
Yes.
Oakland.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Berkeley votes yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will move on to the next item. This is our emissions factor. It's an informational item, our 2019 emissions factor. And who's presenting this?
Jim will be presenting this one as well, I believe. Right, Jim?
Yes, this is me again.
Excellent.
Stephanie, can you put up the slides, please? Thank you. Okay, so we talked about the Power Source Disclosure Report, and now we're going to talk about the 2019 emission factor. This is not a vote item, this is just information. Thank you. Okay, so here are the things I'm going to talk about. I'm going to start with our reporting medium where we currently report through, which is the Climate Registry. Then I'm going to walk through the results from our 2000 emission factor calculation. Then I'm going to spend some time talking about the AB 1110 regulations, Assembly Bill 1110, and how this is going to impact our reporting going forward. Next slide, please. So we have reported through the Climate Registry, both for 2018 and 2019. The Climate Registry operates a voluntary national GHG reporting program. And this allows organizations like ourselves to measure and report and verify their emission factor. So what it is, it's voluntary and it has a set method and protocol that utilities like EDCE and others like PG&E and other California CCAs use to standardize their emission factor calculation and the verification. It's a nonprofit, so it's governed by US states and Canadian provinces. And for us and for our purposes, it contains specific protocol and methodology for entities like us within the electric power sector to report their emission factor. And that is the value for us. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk now about kind of the nuts and bolts of our reporting. And so like the PSDR, which they are inherently linked together, the basis for the emissions calculation are our specific source purchases. And so we start with our review of our purchases and then confirmation of what we bought through invoices. And then we use billing to measure our retail sales. And so as is seen through the PSDRs, we have our megawatt hour linked at the source level. And so there are some sources that are emitting and there's many that are not. And so we use industry accepted and published emission factors at the source level for our megawatt hours to determine and calculate an emissions factor. So you have X amount of megawatt hours from this source, which has a known emission factor. You can calculate your total emissions for your portfolio from that. And so we use that and we derive a full emission factor for our retail plans, all three of them, obviously with Renewable 100 and Brilliant 100 being emissions free. And then we have this emission factor verified through the TCR, through the climate registry by a third party. And so this is the unique component. This is a third party will then review our transactional data, the calculations that we use and the emissions factor we use at the source level. Then they'll check for accuracy and review the invoice and transactional data. At the same time, and when the audit is complete, the TCR conducts their own verification and they review the audit material from the third party. And when completed, they deem the emission factor complete and then they will post it on their webpage. And so in addition to the TCR providing this standard methodology, it also provides the outlet for load serving entities like ourselves and others in California, including PG&E, to post their emission factor online, which makes it accessible to anyone that wants to go look at it. Next slide, please. So from the PSDR and from our calculations, we have our 2019 emission factor results. And so as I mentioned, these are for the Bright Choice plan because Renewable 100 and Brilliant 100 are emission free. We adopted a board target using the TCR, their methodologies of 142 pounds of carbon dioxide per megawatt hour. Our 2019 Bright Choice emission factor is below that at 135 pounds per carbon dioxide megawatt hour. And then the third bullet is the aggregate of all three of our plans. And so this is lower because it includes those megawatt hours from our emission-free plans, and that's at 113 pounds. Also included in here in italics are the emission factors from 2018. We are a bit higher, but that is mostly attributed to how well we exceeded our targets in 2018, how renewable our power was, which again, we're still below our benchmark, but we did increase some year over. But I think they are very good numbers here regardless, in my opinion. I'll leave you here for a second, just so everyone kind of can take a look. I know the material goes fast, but again, these are the numbers that we should be publishing through the TCR for the previous year, 2019.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions?
I wasn't done yet. I was just pausing here to let everyone
My
look.
apologies.
That's okay. So we can go to the next slide. There's still actually a bit to get through too, so sorry about that. Next slide, please. Thanks. So now we're going to talk about kind of the changes to the changes through AB 1110 and kind of a lot of information here. And I'll try to go through as coherently as I can here. So again, here's our power content label. We've seen it a lot tonight. It's an important document that we use. Historically, the power content label, and by historically, I mean for 2019, this has been a mechanism to report our power content as %, and it does not include emissions. This has allowed PCC 1s, 2s, and even 3s at points too. These are our various REC products. They've been acceptable on this, and they are also acceptable products for the California Renewable Portfolio Standard, which is the RPS renewable standards. And so typically we've used kind of this source level data through the PCL and then calculated our emissions using the climate registry and their methodology as well. So that's how we've done it in 2018 and 2019. If you go to the next slide, please. And so AB 1110 is out and is active now. And so what this is these are changes to the regulations that modify how power content and emissions are reported. They've been in the works for a while, but now they're here. And so these changes will reflect our purchases in the current year. So our current year purchase 2021, that we'll be reporting on next year in 2021. So it's kind of like a heads up that changes are coming. And so AB 1110, there's a lot in there, but some of the pertinent requirements here are that it requires California load serving entities to use this, to use the AB 1110 emissions methodology for calculating emissions. So we're saying you have to use these steps to calculate your emission factor, and that's us and everyone in the state. It also requires load serving entities to report and market our emissions on the PCL, and does not allow load serving entities to disclose through other mediums like the TCR, or to calculate them differently. And so it is saying that you as a load serving entity need to report under this way and through this manner as well. It will include emissions for PCC2 RECs and PCC3 RECs. So there will be an associated emissions from our PCC2 REC purchases, which are California eligible renewable products that we use. And then it will not allow us to count the PCC3 RECs as content on our power content, which isn't that big of a deal, but it is part of the regulations. Next slide, please. So what are the impacts of this? So we talked about what the AB 1110 regulations are and what they do, and how is this going to impact us in EBCE. So the first one is that we do not anticipate using the TCR for our emissions reporting next year. And so what this means is that, we'll be reporting 2020 emissions in 2021 when it's over. And so our intent is not to use the TCR to do this based on the AB 1110 regulations. At the same time, our emissions from our 2020 content are likely to materially increase due to the changes in the accounting methodology, in addition to the changes that the board has adopted to our Bright Choice plan as well. So we will see an increase in the emissions we report next year for the current year. These are all changes only for Bright Choice, as in the current plan design, this would not affect the portfolios for Renewable 100 or Brilliant 100. I think that is it. Okay, so I know it's a lot of information. So just to touch on what we talked about here. So we talked about, we showed our 2019 emission factor, what that is, that's the previous year. And then we talked about kind of the new regulations that are coming out, how they impact our 2020 purchases or 2020 emission reporting that we're going to be reporting on next year. Next slide, please. So I know that's a lot, but I again want to open this up for questions to the board as well here. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's start with questions from any board members, if any. Just raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hand raised. So we'll go to members of the public. Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public wishing to comment?
Yes, I have Alita Dupree. And Manav Somal Patel.
Alita Dupree here. I did not raise my hand on this item, so thank you. I did sign up for number 13. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public commenters on this, bring it back to the board. Colleagues, any questions or comments before we move? This is an action item, so before we move for a vote.
Just to confirm, this is information only, so there's no vote.
My apologies, information item only. Okay, so we're good. No other questions? I see no questions. Thank you for this information, appreciate it very much. And we'll move on to our, next item, and that is our power procurement project update.
Yes, and so Cece, why don't you take it away here and share where we are with our two first projects and a third potential local project.
Thanks, Nick. Stephanie, thank you. Thank you for the slides. So hi, everyone. Good evening. I am Cece Sakal. I'm on the Power Resources team at EBCE as well. I'm here to give an update on our power procurement projects. Next slide. So I want to give an overview of 3 of our projects. So this is a Rosemont Central Solar Project, the Alameda Summit Wind Project, and as Nick mentioned, one that we're negotiating, the Moquini Wind Project. Just to mention, the first 2 projects are under contract, and that was awarded as part of our 2018 Renewable Portfolio Standard Request for Offer. Next slide. So the first project I want to talk about is the Rosemont Central project. Here I want to highlight 3 items. This will be our first long-term renewable energy PPA to come online, very exciting. And we will be procuring 112 megawatts of this project, so the majority of that solar project. In terms of next steps, this project will be coming online in less than a month, in December 15th for commercial operation date. Next slide. Here's a picture of that solar farm with the Clearway team installing over 600,000 solar modules for this project. Next slide. And here's an aerial view of that solar project in Kern County. Next slide. Thank you. So our second project I want to mention is our Alameda Summit Wind Farm project. So this will be our first local long-term renewable energy PPA to come online. So that's extra exciting. This is located in Livermore, California, where in the Altamont Pass. So in terms of next steps, this project will be coming online in terms of commercial operation date, March 2021. So Q1 of 2021. Very exciting. Next slide, please. So here I want to show a few pictures of the project. All 323 wind turbines have been erected, but this is, what it was during the construction site. So on the left, you'll see one of the wind turbines being erected. And on your right, the top right, you'll see one of the blades being carried by one of the trucks, how big to the site. And the last picture here on the down right bottom, you'll see one of the workers working on the turbine on top. And he has a very good view on top. All right, next slide. And the last and third project I want to mention is the Moquini Wind Project. And so here's some background information. This one is, as you know, as I just mentioned, it's under negotiation. So we have signed a term sheet and exclusivity with the developer Brookfield Renewables. In terms of next steps, we expect to bring to the board as an approval item in 60 to 90 days. Currently, PPA negotiations are underway. Next slide. In terms of project details, this is an 80 megawatt plant, and we will be having the majority share, EBCE 90%. And if things go well, this will become our second local wind project, very exciting, in the Altamont Pass location. And this has an expected online date of summer of 2022 with a 20-year contract term. And with that, that ends the presentation. I'm open to any questions about the Moquini Wind Project, the Altamont Wind Project, or the Rosemont Central Solar Project.
Thank you, Cece. Appreciate it very much. Appreciate the work of your entire team and entire staff, of course. Colleagues, any questions at this point? This is an informational item on any of these 3 projects. I'm seeing none right now. Madam Clerk, we can go to the public speakers, if any.
Thank you. Do not have speakers. Vaughn has raised his hand.
I see one, yes.
Since some of this power is could be running all the time or very long times, your plans for long-term storage are like 2026. That means for the next 5 or 6 years, you could be curtailing some of this power. Or is there some anticipation that might have to happen because of lack of storage? Last year, I heard that California had to curtail 1.2 terawatts of power. I'd hate to have put in the system and not be able to use it and store it. Thank you.
Generally speaking, wind projects have a production profile that does not match the hours when there's significant curtailment. Curtailment tends to occur during the middle of the day in the spring when it's very sunny, but it's not yet very hot. And Altamont wind production profile tends to be certainly during the day, but if you live out there, you know that it gets really windy kind of in the late afternoon and into the evening. And that's when these plants tend to see maximum output.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, any questions? That was our only public speaker, I believe. Any questions or comments, or? I'm seeing none. Okay, that was an informational item. I assume we'll get additional updates in future meetings, especially on the project that is still in negotiation. And we all have our fingers crossed for that. And we'll move to the next item. And the next item will be our Brilliant 100 options. So this will be a detailed presentation with decision points for us. So Nick, who's presenting on this?
I will be presenting on this.
Okay.
So this item, the consideration of Brilliant 100, very explicitly is not a consideration of whether or not to accept an allocation of nuclear from PG&E. And so that is something that, upon consultation with various board members, staff has elected not to bring forward at this meeting and does not intend to bring forward in December either. So I wanted to just make that sort of a point before we jump in. So on to Brilliant 100 options for 2021. Next slide, please. So I'm going to provide an overview of three options as staff sort of sees it. Certainly, there are variations of each one of these options as well. So, I do hope that if there are ideas that any of you board members may have that, you can offer that are amendments to, A, B, or C, to create an option D or something else. Certainly, I think this is an opportunity to have that discussion and to make a determination as to how to proceed. So next slide, please. So our option A is to close or eliminate the Brilliant 100 product effective February 1st. The effect here would be that all current Brilliant 100 customers would be defaulted onto Bright Choice, unless their city council or board of supervisors have firmly voted to default them onto another product. So really onto Renewable 100. This option, we deem it to have sort of no expected fiscal impact because EBC would no longer be incurring any of the excess costs associated with procuring to Brilliant 100. Next slide, please. Our second option is to set Brilliant 100 cost to be above that of the PG&E rate. And we would bring a specific premium recommendation at the December meeting, though later in this presentation, you will get a sense of what the range would likely be. It's in that 3 to 4% range is what we would likely want to set Brilliant 100 to ensure that we are generating adequate revenue to cover the costs of the product. This increase in the rate would be effective February 1st as well. And for any of you who were not at our last meeting, February 1st is the operative date, not January 1st, because we voted to keep the current Brilliant 100 policy in place through February 1st. And all current Brilliant 100 customers would stay on this rate, though they would no longer be paying parity with PG&E. We certainly would plan to do some coordination and work with all of the jurisdictions that have defaulted on the Brilliant 100 to ensure there's adequate customer awareness of this. We've deemed this product to have no fiscal impact as well because we are raising the Brilliant 100 rate sufficiently to recover all of our costs. Pardon me. Go sit. Okay, next slide, please. And our third option is to maintain Brilliant 100 at price parity with PG&E for all of 2021, but then to close or eliminate the Brilliant 100 product effective January 1, 2022. The thought here being to allow for a longer transition for both communities that have defaulted onto Brilliant 100, but also for customers that have opted into it to determine whether or not they want to be on Bright Choice or Renewable 100. And the fiscal impacts are detailed in the following slide. Next slide, please. So what we've tried to do here, it's a bit of a messy chart here, but there's a lot of information we wanted to cover, is to provide an assessment of what the fiscal impact of option C is. And the highlight is our forecast is that if we were to continue to offer all current Brilliant 100 customers, which is roughly 15% of our customers, Brilliant 100, 100% carbon-free energy at price parity of PG&E, it would cost EBCE $1.85 million in 2021 in higher energy procurement costs. Now, how did we get there? We looked at the cost to procure Brilliant 100 relative to the cost to procure Bright Choice, and we found a $2.70 a megawatt hour differential, which equates to 4.6% cost difference, while Brilliant 100 is only priced at 1% higher cost. So that leaves a 3.6% higher cost that is not recovered in rates. And so if you take that 3.6% divided by 4.6%, you get sort of this 78% effectiveness factor. So you multiply that 78% times $2.70 a megawatt hour, and that gets you $1.85 a megawatt hour. That is your sort of effective unrecovered cost associated with Brilliant 100 per megawatt hour. Our projection is 875,000 megawatt hours of Brilliant 100 load next year. Multiply that by 78% and $2.71, and you get your $1.85 million. Now that's for existing customers. Now, this proposal would not necessarily close Brilliant 100 to new customers' participation in 2021, though it would mean any new customer would only be able to stay on this rate for however long they have in 2021. But we did want to provide a projection of what the costs would be to the agency if, say new communities, new communities and existing communities decided to default onto Brilliant 100 for just 2021. So as an example, we took 3 cities that have all expressed interest in citywide opt-up to Brilliant 100 and plugged their approximated load for 2021 in. And what we found is another $1.9 million of cost if all of the load of Dublin, Pleasanton, and Berkeley were to opt up for 2021. I think that's it with this slide. You can go back to the beginning. So, fundamentally, the question before the board is, do we close the rate immediately? Do we?
What button do you press? What button?
Stop. One moment, please. Go sit.
Everybody has an opinion.
It's option 1. It's to close the rate effectively immediately, but really effective February 1st. Second option is to raise the rate of the product. And the third one is to incur some incremental costs for the agency and provide some more time. And so I think that's sort of the summation of the options in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Nick. Appreciate the presentation. And let's start with some questions and comments from board members before we go to our decision point. And then we'll hear from the public, and then we'll come back to the board. I may have a fourth option even, but let's see what kind of questions. Any board members have their hand raised or would like to raise their hand? I see Nick Pilch, and then Mary Sutter, and then Mike Hannon after that. Nick, can't hear you yet.
The old double mute, thank you. I will save some of my comments for later after public comment, but my city council did vote on Monday to send our preferences to EBCE, and our preferences were that we would default the commercial customers to we want to keep Brilliant 100 if possible, and we would accept the nuclear. If that's not possible, we would default commercial to Bright Choice and everyone else to Renewable 100. So I just wanted to provide that point of data, and I'll come back with more comments later.
Thank you. Mary Sutter.
So the CAC also discussed these options on Monday, and we were split half and half. And so I just wanted to share with you, kind of half of us really felt that option C, which is the subsidized for a year option, was a good one, but they were okay with going to option A, which means it stops now. And half of us, and part of that was really, I think, what Nick had talked about. It really would allow time for customers and communities that are currently on Brilliant 100 to figure out where they want to go to, what they want to choose to do. But the other half really felt that using that potential 1.85 or close to 4 million, if the 1.9 also occurs, might be better used for other EBCE priorities. And so we were just split. So that's what happened on the CEC around this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I think Mike Hannon was trying to raise his hand, and then Alyssa Marquez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The City of Newark City Council recently voted to accept nuclear power as part of its energy source. We would certainly be willing to participate with the Brilliant 100 through 2021 if that cost is the same as that for PG&E. And then my last comment, Nick, you mentioned at the outset that you spoke to several board members and came away with the decision to not bring nuclear energy forward as one of the power sources. Who did you speak to, and why was that issue not then brought to the entire board for consideration and discussion?
I did actually send a note to all board members requesting feedback, and I had none. I spoke to all members of our executive committee, and I spoke to, as well as Mr. Pilch, as one of the two cities where there's a default. I also spoke to all cities that had sent formal letters to the agency expressing interest. So that is the City of Dublin, and we made a couple different attempts to connect with our City of Pleasanton representative, because they had also sent a formal letter, but were unable to do so.
Thank you.
Alyssa, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize. I have a very noisy dog in the background, so I'm trying to keep my comments brief. So I just wanted to report, I had to re-jog my memory here and think if we voted on this on October 27th, and we didn't. It was actually last Tuesday, but it feels like weeks ago. So much has been occurring, but I just wanted to share with the entire board. I want to acknowledge Councilmember Al Mendo's leadership on this issue and all the amazing work he's done. I am his alternate tonight, but also wanted to provide an update that the council has shifted their position, and there was a unanimous vote to accept the Brilliant 100 with a subsidy. and renewable energy for the municipal account with the city of Hayward. And then a part of the motion was the second option was to look at renewable 100 as option B. However, we did not get into a discussion with regard to the cost that it would have. We're obviously more aware of the residential costs, but have some serious concerns around the commercial side. So we definitely have to revisit that and analyze those numbers, fully recognizing that this is just buying us a year to sort through the issue with PG&E and the price issue. But that's where the city of Hayward voted. That's how they voted last week. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board members with any other initial comments or questions? Councilmember Ariola from Tracy.
Thank you. So I had brought this issue up to Nick, and I think for our city in particular, Tracy's one of the new cities that's joining, and my hesitation is that something will be changing very quickly within the first year of us joining. And I think it's really important for us to have a smooth transition. And so my hesitation with making any particular change in 2022 would be that we're moving from PG&E to EBCE, and then for that amount to change again. And I don't want the implication to be that there was somehow a lack of success there. So I'm very open to hearing more, but as I reviewed this agenda item, that was definitely a concern for me, and I'd be interested to know if any of the other new cities shared similar concerns.
Thank you. Thank you for that. That's an important comment. All the comments are important, sorry. Any other comments or questions by board members? I have a thought, and Nick, you and I talked about this already. I thought I would lay out my thoughts now before the public comments, so people could think about it and we can have consideration. And Nick, as you presented three options, but you acknowledged, of course, and almost invited, but if there's a option D or E or what have you that could make sense, we could all be open to those as well. The thought I had was, first, Brilliant 100 should remain closed to new customers. I don't think it's a good idea to open it up even for a short period of time. That doesn't make sense. I think the fewer times people see any changes, the fewer times that they're likely to opt out or have questions that we don't really feel a need for anybody to have. So I would keep it closed to new customers from this point forward. And I would be open to a 6-month, or I guess really what I'm saying is the end of the current fiscal year, which is June 30th of next year. I would be very open to having that subsidy for all the existing customers of Brilliant 100 through the end of this fiscal year, which I believe is June 30th of next year. I don't like the idea of starting a new fiscal year with continuing a subsidy. I think we could use that money for better purposes, maybe local development or what have you, or maybe we might need the money for other reasons, given the challenges of the PCIA and so on. So I'm open to a 6-month or June 30th through June 30th subsidy of Brilliant 100 to all existing customers, no new customers. And in addition to that, and I'm not sure this is part of a motion or just a thought that we need to all be aware of, virtually all, if not all of our cities have climate action plans. And all of us consider our energy usage for our municipal accounts as part of the implementation of that climate action plan. And I think it's important, or certainly desirable, for us to consider after the 6-month period, sometime next year, when Brilliant 100 goes away, most of our municipal accounts, most of our cities have chosen to put their municipal accounts into Brilliant 100, if not better, in large part because it helps us achieve our climate action goals. And today it's price parity with PG&E. We all know that we're going to be facing many challenges, economic challenges in our respective cities going forward, given the recession we're in and for however long it's going to be. So I think from the point of view of municipal accounts, given that we want to not cause holes in our respective budgets, and we do want to fully comply with our own climate action plans in a positive fashion, I would like us to explore and ask staff to explore the possibility of a new product for municipal accounts only. That would be a price parity Brilliant 100 starting, let's say, July 1st, for the reasons I just kind of laid out. And yeah, so that's one thought I have. Well, those are two thoughts I have. So those are the two thoughts I had. And I'm happy to answer questions about those. I see Mayor Arreguín from Berkeley has a question or comment, and then we'll go to public speakers.
Yeah,
Jesse.
so the city of Berkeley just voted to opt up our municipal account to Renewable 100. And in the conversations we've had over the past, it must have been 2 years around opting up municipal as well as residential and commercial accounts in the city, we've had conversations with the EBCE staff about whether there could be another option, which is a local development option, where if municipal accounts or if a couple of cities come together and we basically buy into a PPA for a local development project, and we get, and I'm sorry, Nick, if I'm just kind of putting this out there. It isn't obviously a fully formed idea, but since the chair is talking about sort of a special municipal account option, I think it's important to know that there are other options that are under consideration. We can get fixed pricing, and it can also support our local development goals. So I think there are some other options that could be under consideration that staff is exploring that could actually get even more renewable content and support our local development goals. And that might actually make it easier for some local projects to happen and get us fixed pricing, which also it might be good for us in terms of managing our energy costs.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I see Councilmember Rood from Piedmont.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, when you say municipal accounts, you're only talking about cities' own in-house utility use, you're not talking that cities would buy it and resell it to, retail customers?
No, just what our respective cities and the county spend on our own utility usage. Some of the larger cities and the county, it's quite a large amount of money. Yeah.
Okay, and then would other public entities in the service area be able to receive that rate? I'm thinking about like East Bay Mud or
school districts, for example. That would be a decision for us to make.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's see, anybody else before we go to, we're going to go to public comment unless anybody else has any other questions or comments now, and then after public comment, we'll bring it back. Okay, I see no more hands raised. So Madam Clerk, can we call the public speakers?
Barbara Stebbins, Alita Dupree.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Marquez, did you have another comment now?
I did. I'm sorry. It took me too long to find the raise the hand button. I apologize. Just something that I'm thinking of when Nick was giving his presentation. I heard you say that 15% of our customers are in Brilliant 100. I'm just wondering if there's been my hesitation, obviously, with not opting up for everyone in the city is the fact that we promised that this would be cost parity with PG&E. But I think with outreach and education, I think we can transfer some of those counts to Renewable 100, but that's going to take a lot of effort. So I'm just wondering if we set a goal of transferring 5% of those accounts, opting up to Renewable 100, what would that look like? What would we need to do as just advocates, and do you have any ideas of how we can make that a reality?
Well, I think that's really, I think, up to the city to in some ways tell us what you would like to see happen. There's been quite some experience now in Southern California with CCAs, with cities defaulting to 100% renewable energy. And I think in many cases, the city council acts and they just do it. And there's not a tremendous amount of customer outreach, especially for residential customers, because the dollar amounts at play are actually fairly small. I think for commercial customers, especially larger commercial customers, you do really want to take a very sort of hand-holding approach where there's quite a bit of initial outreach, initial touch points. You work with the chambers of commerce. So, but I think in that particular case, we would certainly we'd want to work closely with the city of Hayward, and really frankly, any city that would want to a default to a product that is a higher cost, we'd want to kind of work with you to come up with a solution that makes sense for your community. You know your communities better than we do, and you know kind of what the priorities and the kind of sensitivities are. And so that's definitely the conversation we would want to have. I don't, for instance, think though we would recommend doing like a mass mailer, just where everyone drops mail. I think we'd want to take a more tailored approach.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we'll call the public speakers now.
Thank you. Barbara Stebbins, your microphone is unmuted. And after that, I have Alita Dupree, Cynthia Landry, Jessica Tovar, and Glenn Kirby.
So this is Barbara Stebbins with the East Bay Clean Power Alliance. We were, of course, very chagrined when the idea that nuclear power might be coming again an issue for East Bay community energy, and began reaching out to our communities again to raise the red flag. But what we heard from board members was that they were willing to support, even board members where they were anti-nuclear cities were willing to support the right of other cities to be able to do what they want. So, and at the same time, we heard there was $22 million that had, in net profit above what we thought there was going to be for 2019, 2020, and some of that had been put into a rate stabilization fund. So what we decided was that we thought it was fair that that Brilliant 100 could be subsidized if the cost wasn't too high for those cities to be able to continue to have what they felt they needed for their climate action plans. So that was kind of our proposal that we were running around and talking to board members about, and hoping that that would come before the board. I have to say that we never liked Brilliant 100, East Bay Clean Power Alliance, because of the large hydro problem. We knew climate change predicts that there won't be much large hydro available with continued drought in the West. And I see my time's running out, but I would just like to point out that climate action plans that call for remote energy supply really don't address climate issues at home in your own communities, just so you realize.
Thank you. And next.
Alita Dupree, your microphone.
Thank you, Chair Dan Kalb and members. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. I'm just going to talk about the basic mechanics of this, and that I think the overriding principles, as I see, is that we should make a decision sooner rather than later in redoing our price schedules, and that we shouldn't be subsidizing other rate schedules. Try to avoid subsidizing as much as possible. I know we can't avoid it completely, but each rate schedule should stand on its own and be sustainable, because I don't want us to be losing money on each megawatt hour that we sell, especially when we have an imperative to continue to build up our reserves. I'm fine with either a 2 or a 3-product portfolio. I like the idea of a middle ground in which you offer a 100% greenhouse gas-free portfolio that includes hydro, because hydro is there, and I don't have a problem with using it if it's there. And having the Bright choice, even though it does have some unspecified system power, it does offer the value proposition. We always have to make sure we have a value proposition that's less than PG&E, because I don't want us to lose price sensitive customers. So I would say 2 or 3 is fine. Make a change sooner rather than later and avoid subsidizing products across each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Glenn Kirby, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. I live in Hayward, and I'm very proud to be in a city that unanimously decided at the last meeting to remain nuclear free. I personally am willing to pay a little bit extra, but I'm worried that there will be a lot of people in my city that will be concerned with a rate increase, and they may be driven back to PG&E, and I really don't want to see that. I'd like to see the market forces play out here. I believe that the attempt by PG&E to push nuclear onto the CCAs is really a reflection of the market that the CCAs have created, the market forces and the market power. So I'd like to allow that to play out a little bit. And I would like to suggest that if that subsidy amount of 1.85 million turns out to be a real number, that instead of doing that over a year, splitting that over 2 years and making the subsidy, the dollar amount, over 2 years, so that the subsidy would be in half for each year. So there'd be a smaller rate increase for the ratepayers on Brilliant 100, and spread that out a little bit further. And my hope is that market forces will have further positive changes in the power mix. And that by the time we get out to the end of 2 years, maybe the range of options that we have will either be slightly improved, or we can do some further tweaks. But I'd like to soften the blow a little bit for those folks in the cities that have Brilliant 100 now. And then I'd like to see that go over a bit longer period of time. Thank you.
Second call for Cynthia Landry and Jessica Tovar. Jessica, your microphone's unmuted.
Hi, this is Jessica Tovar, East Bay Clean Power Alliance. And we proposed the subsidy because we noticed that cities wanted to still continue Brilliant 100 because they want to meet their climate action plan. And just because we felt like it was a good compromise to kind of propose a subsidy so that there is time for cities to figure out what, what they're going to do now that Brilliant 100 likely won't for too long. And just noting that, initially we were being told that it would cost $3 million to subsidize Brilliant 100. Now we're told that it's actually lower than that, 1.8 million. But just juxtaposing that to the 82 million net surplus and the fact that the board did vote to create a $12.7 million rate stabilization fund means that 1.8 is just not out of the question and not too much. It's totally feasible to give cities that time. And yeah, we just really appreciate that nuclear is not being considered for Brilliant 100. But we do recognize that it is both unsustainable environmentally, like the large hydro piece, and then obviously financially it's no longer. But I will have acknowledged that there was large amounts of renewables in both Bright Choice and Brilliant 100. And we are glad about that. We would like to see, goals of ratcheting up renewables over time. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there one more speaker?
Yes, I believe it's Cynthia. Cynthia, you're unmuted.
Yes. Cynthia Landry speaking for SEIU Local 1021. SEIU Local 1021 opposes nuclear energy and has submitted a resolution to your board recently. And we support option C for cities that want a subsidy because as both Jessica and Barbara have previously stated, the financials are good for East Bay Community Energy, and I believe it's prudent up to $4 million to support a subsidy for those cities that choose to continue with Brilliant 100, and option A for cities that want a 1% discount for year 2021, while exploring other options in year 2022, such as an increase in local renewable energy and or renewable energy products. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no more speakers for this item.
Thank you. Thank you to all the public commenters. Appreciate all the wisdom that is shared. Now we're bringing it back to board members. I see Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro, and then Mayor Pilch from Albany.
I think I just need some help clarifying on what I heard in regards to option C. And I see the bullet point, a voluntary opt-ins from Tracy, Pleasanton, and Newark. Looking at option C, will we allow those cities or new member cities to have Brilliant 100? Or is it that we're keeping it closed to any new users? I'm just trying to understand that data point there. Is it closed to everybody?
Option
or
C,
no?
Option C would not close the rate to anybody. Any customer could elect to opt in to Brilliant 100, and presumably a city could elect to default all of their customers onto Brilliant 100. The primary parameter that or limiting factor there is this rate would cease to be offered to any customer effective January 1st, 2022. So any new customer that is participating in the rate in 2021 would need to go in sort of fully acknowledging that they would not have the benefit of that product for more than a year.
And remind me, if you can, for the Bright Choice, there's a discount of 1% right now?
Yes.
If that's, and then is there an interest or maybe position that we would maybe remove that discount for Brilliant 100 maybe in 2022 or maybe next fiscal year and apply that discount to this Brilliant 100? What would that financial look like? I mean, if we sort of push people to go to the Brilliant 100, if we're going to leave it open, what does it mean that we remove that discount on that Bright Choice? Are we affected incentivizing people to move up and not keep that incentive to be at the lower tier? What does that look like? I'd be curious to see that. I mean, I like Chair Dan Kalb's position in regards to subsidizing the Brilliant 100, at least for the remainder of the fiscal year. It seems like that makes sense. I'd be interested in understanding Mayor Irving's idea about sort of having this local municipal PPA, something to explore in the future by this board. But I'm just curious more about looking at that Bright Choice discount, removing that discount, applying that discount over to Brilliant 100, and then we're closer to parity with PG&E and having more of a greenhouse renewable product. I don't know what that looks like, but I'm curious
Like me
about
to,
that.
Ed, would you like me to provide you a response now or?
Yes, you can. Totally. If you have a response, I appreciate it.
Yeah. So the challenge, if you were to eliminate the discount to Bright Choice, yes, that would create incremental revenue. But then if there's no difference in Bright Choice or Brilliant 100 costs, then every customer would want to opt into Brilliant 100, and then you're back to having the same revenue shortfall. So the only scenario where that could work, Ed, is where you would limit Brilliant 100 participation to, say, existing customers, and then pay for it through reduced discount for Bright Choice customers. And so then that's a question of, do the cities that have Bright Choice as their default want to experience their customers to experience less savings, so that customers in cities that have default under Brilliant 100 don't have to pay more?
Well, if we move the population to the Brilliant 100, then we have a cleaner portfolio towards that climate action plan of, you know, being more green in how we procure and use our energy. Not necessarily that we have to do that right now, but just trying to explore that option, say for the next fiscal year, or you get people to possibly transition maybe to that Brilliant 100 of different cities or agencies.
I mean, I would say if you were to apply the, if every customer were to go to Bright Choice from Brilliant 100 from Bright Choice, you would be talking about, you know, probably somewhere in the order of $15 million of incremental procurement cost. Our budget for this fiscal year forecasts, I think it's around a $600,000 surplus. And so if we were to do that, then we would expect to be experiencing, you know, an $8 million, $7 million loss in the fiscal year. And then we'd be going into next fiscal year already, you know, with procurement costs that are, you know, $7 to $8 million higher. So, you know, I think our financial position very likely does not support the ability to do that. And then the other dynamic would be, you know, do we not want to offer customers a bill savings anymore too, which, you know, I know that's a pretty significant priority in many communities.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, I don't know how we maintain subsidies, because I think there's a value proposition beyond the savings. So that, of course, is maybe what the bottom line, especially in this environment. But helpfully moving folks to cleaner and greener alternatives in their offerings, I think, is important. And how we get there, I think it's a journey. And I think that's what we're discussing right now. And those are my comments for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pilch from Albany, and then Mayor Arguin from Berkeley.
So just to clarify what my city council sent for preferences, I left out one thing. We want a Brilliant 100 without nuclear if possible, Brilliant 100 with nuclear if possible, and this is in ranked choice, or this is ranked, or we would default our commercial to Bright Choice, and also the care. I neglected to, the low-income customers would go into Bright Choice, and then everyone else, the residential, would go to Renewable 100. Those are our preferences in order. So as I think about this, I've always liked the Brilliant 100 product because of the price parity and the fact that it can go towards mitigating our greenhouse gas portfolio or greenhouse gas emissions. But I do appreciate the comments that it comes at the cost of having to have a lot of large hydro. I don't really have a strong preference at this point. No, since my city council is willing to bring the residential customers onto Renewable 100, then that means that we can still mitigate our climate or our greenhouse gas emissions quite substantially. So I think in general, maybe we shouldn't stretch this out, that there's some cost, there's a marketing cost and other staff costs to continue this process for a year or 2 years, whatever it might be. I think it might be better just to simplify things, just to cut things off now and cut off the Brilliant 100. I also worry that, I do worry though, that the customers who are now being defaulted onto Renewable 100 will opt out, but I have no way of knowing how many customers that might be. So I guess that's, the summary is, don't have a strong preference, but I'm concerned about the cost to the organization of stretching this out over a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse.
Thank you. Well, Chair Kolb, I appreciate the suggestion you put forward. My concern in ending Brilliant 100 at the end of the fiscal year is that I don't think that's going to be enough of a transition for those cities that have automatically opted to Brilliant 100 or for the new communities. And I think given that we have 3 new communities that are joining the agency now, I think we should take a year, have an adequate transition. And while we're doing that, I think we should also work on looking at how we can increase the GHG content of Bright Choice. Because if we're going to have 2 options, Bright Choice and Renewable 100, then I think we need to make Bright Choice even more GHG and renewable. So I hope that that's a conversation we will have regardless of what option we select. And I know the IRP conversation at the last meeting was part of that. I'm concerned about closing the product now and closing it too soon without there being an adequate transition. So I'd like to make a motion actually that we would select option 3 to maintain Brilliant 100 at cost parity PG&E for 2021, but close the product effective January 1st, 2022.
I will second that.
Thank you.
Darn it, I was going to.
I'm sorry,
Who's that?
who seconded it?
Trish was going to do
That's
it.
Trish, and I was going to say that it was I really supported the comment, and I was going to get in there ahead of you, Melissa, but you beat me to it. Mayor-elect.
Sorry, Trish. No,
Okay,
I completely,
Mayor-elect.
I completely agree with Jesse, and the reason why is also because there's a lot of commotion going on right now with COVID, and we have, adding this on top of it and not being able to do a smooth transition. I think there's just a lot of different households going through a lot of different emotions. And I think it would just make it a nicer, ending by doing it in January 1st, 2022, us being able to really formulate and realize what is it exactly that we want in the future. So it gives us a full year to look at those options.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Hernandez from Dublin. Trish from Livermore, did you have anything more to say, or was that all you wanted to say? You had your hand up.
Well, yes, I did, and I was going to support Director Aragon and say it was a good comment, and then he made the motion. So yeah, so no is the answer. I don't.
Okay, and Vice Chair Martinez from Emeryville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't raise my hand digitally because I'm a panelist, so I apologize. I just wanted to concur with members Arreguín, Hernandez, and Monroe. And I was hoping that they can, Mayor Arreguín would clarify his motion. I'm wondering if he's including whether or not the product should be closed to new customers, save for those in our new agencies, Newark, Pleasanton, and Tracy. So I just want to know what the intention is for whether or not the product is closed to new customers.
Well, is that a friendly amendment?
I will pose that as a friendly amendment. Yes.
I would accept that. I think we should offer it to the new communities, but to have other customers join, I think will have added cost, and I think we should have that open for the new communities. So I would accept that, and I think Director Hernandez was the seconder of the motion.
Yes, but Dublin is not a new agency.
No, I know.
Oh, okay.
But as the seconder, is that acceptable to you to just clarify that motion that the product would be closed to new customers, except for those in our new agencies.
The new
Oh,
cities.
yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table that was modified and seconded. Any other comments or questions on the motion before us that we will be voting on shortly, or what have you? I'm not seeing any. I will make a few comments. I think it's clear at some point in the future, whether it's a year from now or thereabouts or whenever it is, that Brilliant 100 as we know it today is not viable, and it's going to have to disappear, and at least for the entire population. Municipal accounts may be something separate. And I think there's also a general sense among all the CCAs and all the people who've been engaged, the staff and so on, that you want to have as few bumps in the road and as few hiccups and as few changes to customers as possible. And because every time you change something that calls something to their attention, you risk increasing the opt-outs. And so you want things to run as smoothly as possible and not add too much complexity to customers. So for that reason, I'm unclear why we would open this to any new customers, whether it's a new jurisdiction or not. I lack the clarity as to the value or the justification to be spending more ratepayer money with a larger subsidy for any customer who doesn't have Brilliant 100 today. We're acknowledging those who already stepped up for Brilliant 100 need some transition, whatever a year, a little over a year is what is being proposed. I just don't see any, to me, I don't see the reason to spend more money to invite new customers when we already know today that we're going to have to pull it out from under their feet a year from now. So it doesn't make sense when we know that we're going to end this to invite people to join it now with this hefty subsidy. So I lack the clarity or justification for that. As I said earlier, I thought 6 months would be plenty given our fiscal year. Is logic there? The motion is for a full year or slightly over a year. So that's fine. So I'm just giving you my thoughts. I'm sharing my thoughts. My biggest concern is the money, what we're going to be spending our money on, the challenges we're going to have with the new PCIA, the desire for all of us that desire that we all have for us to spend more money on local development. And I think that suggests we should try to limit the subsidy as much as possible, or the total amount. And that's why I suggested 6 months or thereabouts and closing it now. So that was my thought. I don't have to be the one to be the one who rules the days. That's fine. I see Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro has his hand up.
Yeah, I just want to understand, are we going to look to close Brilliant 100 at the end of 21? I'm just not sure if I'm clear about that, because it seems like we'll subsidize it, but is that something we want to take on now, or any other thoughts around that with the motion maker? Is that something that is something of interest to say we're going to close it at the end of the year? We'll subsidize it now, but expect a transition in 22 that will no longer be here?
Yeah, the motion is option C, which is to close it effective January 1st, 2021. Obviously, if we make a different decision before that to extend it, that's the board's prerogative, but that's the motion.
Mm-hmm.
So then to clarify, we will close Brilliant 100 at the end of 2021. We'll maintain the parity and allow for Tracy, Pleasanton, and Newark to get into the program at a potential cost of about $2 million.
I personally don't think it's fair, for these cities that joined to now all of a sudden not give them the same options that we gave other communities. That's my perspective.
Understood, as was stated when they first joined. Thank you.
And Nick, could you just, Nick Chasset, our CEO, could you give a ballpark estimate, given what the motion is, as to what the total subsidy would be, which I know the subsidy in total would cross 2 fiscal years, this one, the next one, but what was the total dollar amount roughly estimated, given what you heard the motion is?
Okay. So, well, so our expectation one is if it's limited to the new communities, so far the indications we've gotten from the city of Newark and the city of Tracy are an interest on a default to Bright Choice. So you would default your customers onto the rate that provides a discount. That has been the indication that we have so far gotten. Board member Hannon, board member Tavares, does that remain? Is that accurate? Just so I can provide an accurate assessment.
No, for the city of Newark, we would default to Brilliant 100 for the year 2021. And then if it is discontinued in 2022, then we would default to the savings to our residents.
Oh, okay. All right.
Thank you.
So if that is the case, and if say Pleasanton were to also do that, that would likely add somewhere in the order of an additional $1 million of expense. So we'd be talking about closer to $3 million cost to the agency. Just for what it's worth, I will say that you do run into a customer kind of expectation challenge by setting an customer expectation that you are on 100% carbon-free product at price parity, and then 7 months later saying, well, that's no longer the case. You're now on a product that's less expensive. Great, you're saving money, but it's less carbon-free. That would be a concern that I would have, but obviously, you have the insight into sort of the community priorities, and if you feel and your council feel comfortable with that, then should be your course of action.
May I make a quick comment on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and this is really along the lines of Alyssa's comments from Hayward. If we default to Brilliant 100 next year, it might make it easier for us to transition our customer base to renewable in 2022, because their expectation is a cleaner source of energy. So that actually might help us in that regard.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense as well. So, and that's actually why we structured the item in this way. It not to close it, but to say, look, there's going to be different priorities, and so we want to keep it open and leave that opportunity available, but also recognize that there is a firm sort of date at which the product ends. And so there's a transition period. Okay.
Councilmember Marquez from Hayward.
Thank you. I'm just going to summarize. I'm new to all of this, although I've been tracking it. It's complex issues. I'm going to just summarize what I'm hearing. So I understand the motion, and the motion includes accepting the new cities, which is Newark, Tracy, and Pleasanton. Is that correct? And those cities get to determine what they want their default option to be. What I'm hearing from Newark is that they're willing to do the default for Brilliant 100, but what I'm hearing is it's going to require a lot of communication, that this is just for a specific period of time, since at this point we are voting to end this next January of 2021. So I think it could be done. It's just going to require a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of education. I want us to be clear as possible, even with the city of Hayward and all our communities, because the main goal is to not have people opt out, right? We want to increase our customer base. So I think it could be done. I just feel that we're all going to have to be very, very focused and productive this next year. We have a lot of work ahead. And I'm also hearing that because of the new cities, obviously what we're going to tap into the reserves is going to increase. And are we looking at 3 million now or 5 million? I'm not clear on the actual figure.
I think the estimate I would put it at, if assuming the current customer base and say the city of Newark and the city of Pleasanton were to both default on a Brilliant 100, but not the city of Berkeley, not the city of Dublin, I think you'd be looking at somewhere on an additional $1 million beyond the 1 point. So somewhere close to $3 million of higher procurement costs.
And the costs we start accruing in February. So it'd be February of 2021 through June 30th.
So they would be split roughly, they should be split, well, not actually split equally, because for the new communities, they don't come into service until April.
Got it.
So
Okay.
might actually be a little bit less than that as I'm sort of trying to do the math, but let's just, for a round number, let's call it $3 million.
Okay.
1 point, half of that, let's say half of that would be accrued to this year's budget as an expense. And then the other half would be in the next fiscal year's budget.
Okay. And I don't think we've heard from Tracy yet. Do we know what their default option is? If someone could speak to that, please.
Councilmember Ariola?
Sure, yes. So essentially, we haven't had that discussion, but I would anticipate that we'd be going with Bright Choice. And so I guess that's also my hesitation, and I do appreciate the amendment. But I think my hesitation is still that we're going to need to take some effort to go ahead and educate our community for the April 21 transition. And then regardless, we would have to have another transition, just at the end of that same year. So that's what causes me hesitation, because if we were to have gone with, and I know it's not on the table, but with option A, then the transition would have occurred before Tracy had even seen it, and it would have been more smoother. At least that's my understanding looking at these particular timelines. And I think when it comes to the city of Tracy, again, we're the Central Valley, it's very different. And particularly from what I've seen with this new election that just happened, our council has gone very much more conservative. So the renewable argument realistically is just not as persuasive in my city. It's persuasive to me personally. Y'all convinced me, but I'm here to represent my city. And so oftentimes, and when we had when this issue came up and the first time to even join EBCE, the argument was related a lot to the economics and to it being cheaper than PG&E. So given my understanding of my city, I think at this time, that's kind of where I'm at. But I do appreciate all the efforts and you going out of your way to really make sure that the new cities are included. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jesse, another comment?
Yeah, just to clarify, it does include the new communities if they want to opt in, because I think it's a matter of fairness. And I just want to say for the record, Berkeley will not be joining Brilliant 100, although we will be, looking at what options are available in the future. So we don't have to worry about Berkeley adding more money to our budget.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So Madam Clerk, will call the roll on the motion. Do people need it restated? I think we're clear, but does anybody want it restated? I think we're all pretty clear by now. Okay, Madam Clerk will call the roll.
Sure, this will also include the makers of the motion.
I'm sorry, is staff clear on the motion too, Nick?
Yes, it's option C with a slight or with some limitations on future enrollment. So it's option C, but limiting future enrollment to only the 3 new communities.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
And that would be whether it's the council opting all their residents in at once or people individually.
That's exactly right. So for Newark, it might be every customer is defaulted under Brilliant 100, and for Tracy, it may be available to customers who seek to opt up voluntarily. Yep.
And then January 2022, it would be gone.
So right, and so between now and then, every city needs to make a determination about what to do for the customer default. So should they default to Bright Choice? Should they default to Renewable 100? How do you want to segment your customer base? Is it residential on the renewables, commercial on the Bright Choice? Some mix of that.
Thank you. And we'll also need to be discussing
And municipal accounts.
Municipal accounts too, which I'd like to ask staff to come to us with some options later this year for that. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hernandez, you had another quick comment?
Yeah, just remembering that at one point staff talked about bringing a new product, a new version of the Brilliant 100. I don't know if that's still going to be on the table, but maybe that leans to your comment, Chair, about that municipal account or some other product or a third option. I think that's been discussed in the past, and I don't know if staff will, look into that. I don't think it needs to be part of this motion, but just to clarify, I think there are staff interested to do some kind of product in the future that might sort of fill the gap and still have 3 offerings. I think that was out there. I don't know if staff will pursue that, but it's up to them to maybe bring it forth to the board for consideration in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we're ready to take the roll.
Albany,
Yeah, I just want to say I appreciate the ideas and I appreciate the discussion very much. And I vote yes.
Berkeley,
Yes.
Dublin,
Yes.
Fremont, Hayward,
Yes.
Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
I just want to say thank you again for including Newark in the option. We appreciate your support. We vote yes.
Piedmont,
Yes.
San Leandro,
Yes.
Tracy,
Respectfully, no.
Union City,
Yes.
Alameda County, Emeryville,
Yes.
Oakland.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you all for that discussion and that decision. I'm glad we were able to make a decision today. That's good. Okay, now, boy, now we have another item coming up, and this is going to be a one with a lot of discussion and public comment. Hold on a second. Okay, and let's see who. This is our item for the new solar project. Nick, who's presenting on this?
Howard will be presenting on this.
Stephanie, if you could pull up the slides, please.
Yes, it'll be just a moment.
We have about a 6 or 7 slide deck. I'll try to be brief with it since we're covering a lot of the same information that we covered in October when we brought this forward as an informational item. I know this will welcome many comments, I think, so I'll try to keep the presentation brief. If you can go to the second slide, Stephanie. This is an action item. As I noted, we brought this forward as an informational item in October. No substantive changes from our prior conversation in regards to the contract and the sort of transaction we're looking at here. At this stage, we are seeking approval of a resolution to authorize the CEO to execute a 10-year local resource adequacy purchase. The approximate volume is about 20 megawatts, though it changes month to month, and it is from a 100 megawatt Alameda County-based solar plus storage project. The developer for this project is Intersect Power. They are a clean infrastructure company based in the Bay Area and largely have developed and built projects in California and Texas, and currently have a sizable sort of portfolio of assets that they're in the process of developing. The Aramis Solar Project is a 100 megawatt capacity solar project plus 100 megawatt storage capacity with a 4-hour duration. It's a project based in the North Livermore community at the intersection of North Livermore Avenue and Manning Road. And at this stage, we have negotiated a 10-year contract for approximately 20 megawatts of local Greater Bay Area resource adequacy from the project. Next slide, please. The Aramis project was brought forward to us through our 2018 California Renewable Energy RFP and has, staff has been in discussions with Intersect since that time. One of the other significant off-takers of the project is expected to be Clean Power SF. Clean Power SF is the CCA that serves the city of San Francisco. The project is expected to begin construction in 2023 and complete that construction process probably at the end of 2023. And the contract that we're talking about, again, is local Greater Bay Area resource adequacy, and that would begin in April of 2024 and run for approximately 10 years through December of 2033. I said the volumes were approximately 20 megawatts because of the nature of solar plus storage and the amount of resource adequacy that you get given that type of a hybrid configuration. The volumes are somewhat fluctuating, at least for the initial 5 years, and that's between 14 megawatts and 23 megawatts, depending on the month, but average is about 20 megawatts. Next slide, Stephanie. So a little bit, some facts and estimates related to the project itself. First of all, the project has already executed a PLA with the 5 local construction crafts, and that was done in February of 2018. The 5 unions represent over 10,000 members living in Alameda and Contra Costa counties, and you can see the 5 different local construction crafts, the different unions listed there. It's estimated to include about 400 local construction jobs for the construction process itself. Intersect's goal is to hire 100% of those jobs from Alameda County. It's not a legal binding guarantee because you have to go out and, of course, seek those resources, from the local area, and obviously that can span a little bit over Alameda County. The local sales tax revenue is estimated about $1.5 million to Alameda County in 2021 and 22. Excuse me. And the property tax revenue would increase about $200K per year. The local procurement is estimated about $7.5 million, again, in 2021 and 2022. And that includes things like gravel work, civil work, porta potties, fencing, gasoline, things of that nature that are a normal course of business for a solar construction project. And lastly, the estimated indirect and induced local economic benefits from that type of an infrastructure project is about $22.5 million in 2021 and beyond from the sort of hotels and restaurants and such. Next slide, Stephanie. Intersect has been, very committed to improving community benefits, investing in community benefits alongside with the, the local job creation. So a few kind of noteworthy highlights here. They're partnering with Tipping Point to fund and install $250,000 worth of rooftop solar systems for 10 local nonprofit organizations. They're also dedicating land by the site itself for a public hiking trail to provide some opportunities for STEM and outdoor education. And you can see sort of highlighted here through the variety of logos. There are a number of other donations that they're providing, $105K in aggregate there to organizations like CityServe, Open Heart Kitchen, Zero Net Energy Center. And you can see there a few of the key sort of project supporters. So there are many and too many to list. Next slide, please. The project currently is seeking permitting approvals from Alameda County. So they're in the midst of that process. The EIR, the Environmental Impact Report, was actually just issued last week, as far as I understand. Through the RFP and through the discussions between staff and the developer, we did evaluate the project primarily as an energy product. So while we look at development risk, delivery risk, permitting risk, things like that, environmental impacts, we're assessing those things from the perspective of development risk and will the project ultimately be able to be constructed on time and ultimately deliver the various energy products associated with the transaction. So that's the primary focus for how staff looks at this. Obviously we try to be good community members. We try to look at, sort of environmental impacts more broadly to make sure that we're not selecting projects that would be detrimental. But obviously staff's expertise is primarily in energy. And so we really look for the local jurisdictions, the authorities having jurisdiction to do the proper assessment from an environmental perspective, from a permitting perspective, and make that decision. You can see here, again, some of the various support letters that have been provided by organizations such as Sierra Club, NRDC, IBEW, Zero Net Energy Center, et cetera. And then just a really high level sort of overview of the location of the project itself in Livermore and where that resides. Last slide, please, Stephanie. So, in conclusion, wanted to just sum up a few things. One is to highlight that EBC has signed over 650 megawatts of new renewable energy generation and storage related capacity in California, we're really proud and excited by that. And obviously we do have an active RFO right now that will continue to bring in new resources into our portfolio. This 650 megawatts includes 100 megawatts of projects located within Alameda County. And that does not include the numbers associated with this project itself, the Aramis project, nor does it include the other project that we had referenced in our earlier project update, the Mulqueeny Wind project. So there's opportunities to really go above this. And this is a very unique project because of its location in Alameda County. It's one of the largest renewable energy projects in Northern California, and it certainly would be the largest in Alameda County. And due to the significant size of battery storage associated with the project. Lastly, I'll just highlight, our focus for this project has really been on resource adequacy, though we had broader discussions about, electricity procurement from the project, and there were opportunities to do that. And this is where, staff has really focused our time, given the variety of projects that we're looking at in Alameda County and in California. We thought that this made the most sense. But I'll highlight that the CPUC and CAISO have forecasted significant capacity constraints over the coming years, and they did have some incremental RA requirements that were put forth in the coming years as well as part of that. So lastly, we are recommending this 10-year contract. It's a competitively priced project and will provide necessary local resource adequacy to our portfolio. This transaction reflects EBC's commitments to supporting new renewable energy projects in California and Alameda County and creating local jobs. Instead, I think the last slide is a rendering of the project itself. So that is it for the presentation. And I will take any questions or comments.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, if you have a burning question, we could ask it now. Otherwise, we have at least a couple dozen, if not probably more than that, speakers. So I'd like us to get to the speakers. This is Livermore, so I'm going to invite Trish Monroe to say any framing remarks that you would like to say.
Well, yeah, it is Livermore. So I had one question, which is to Supervisor Haggerty, to ask where the approval for this stood with regard to Alameda County, since it's in that jurisdiction. And then I had a couple of questions regarding the question I've gotten most often is this letter, the Fish and Wildlife letter, and I'd like just to have Aramis address that before public comment starts. And then I have some other statements, but I can hold on. Excuse me, I can hold on that.
Okay, I believe Supervisor Haggerty has left the meeting. I believe he's in essence recusing himself because he still is a county supervisor today.
Okay.
So I believe he's gone. I don't see him here.
I can speak to some of that, though. At least I know that the Board of Zoning Adjustments is expecting to hear this next week, I believe. So
Okay.
It is very imminent when I say it's currently actively seeking permitting approvals. And I should also have noted earlier, but certainly members of the Intersect Power team are also in attendance of this meeting.
Right.
The lead developer is Marissa Mitchell, who we heard from previously, and so she's available to answer any specific questions that either staff,
Right.
either the board or public may have.
So I had a number. I mean, the one most pressing, just because I suspect it's going to be part of the public comment, is the one about the. So what happens if the Board of Supervisors does not approve this? What does that do to our contract?
Our
I mean, we
contract is
approved it.
contingent, of course, on this project getting a permitting approval. Otherwise, obviously, the project can't get built.
So as I say, I have a number of questions. I guess my question, Chair Kalb, is would you prefer that I ask them now or after public comment, with the exception of the one I mentioned?
It's your call. If you believe the public needs to hear your questions or the answers to your questions now before they could comment, then ask them now. If they can
All
wait
right.
till after.
I'll go ahead and ask them. So, right. So that letter from Fish and Wildlife is, as I said, I think I've gotten it 3 or 4 times today in my inbox. So if you could speak to that, please.
I'm going to direct that to Marissa. I think
Right.
she may be better positioned to.
I was assuming that's what I was doing.
I'd be happy to address that. And I'll first say that
Marissa,
because,
please introduce yourself.
sorry, can you not hear me?
Yeah, please introduce yourself for all of us.
Sorry, Marissa Mitchell from Intersect Power, representing the Aramis Solar Project. Thanks for the question, Trish. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife provided a comment letter on the draft environmental impact report prepared by the Planning Department of Alameda County. The comment letter addressed a number of questions and concerns, and the final environmental impact report was posted to Alameda County's website last Friday, the 13th, addressing all of the questions and comments and points in turn. I will say also that the project has received letters of support from various environmental organizations that have been to the project site and have seen the conditions of the project site and have taken a very close look at the biological resources technical report, including the National Audubon Society, Audubon California, Mount Diablo Audubon Society, the Natural Resources Defense Council, and the Sierra Club has made favorable statements about the project, as well as has Save Mount Diablo. All of these are environmental conservation organizations. So I would direct anybody who has questions about the response to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife letter to review the final EIR, which I believe completely addresses all the questions, concerns identified in that letter. Is that helpful?
It is very, very much so. I am looking at some of the questions that Livermore will be considering, council will be considering to recommend to Alameda County. Haven't done that yet. I just want to put out there that there are going to be things like aesthetics, the level of power generation, questions about carbon sequestration, questions about agricultural biodiversity, questions about siting, as in the, this is that unique quality of being close to preservation. What is, how is, what's the end of life strategy, the recycling? What is the resource use in developing the product? I think that's the list. I am not sure that we need to take time, and again, Chair Kalb, I'll take your comments on whether or not we need to have all those addressed right now or have them addressed later, but I do believe that those are things that we should be, that I certainly, as representing the community that this would be cited in, would be concerned with. So, you're on mute.
Yeah, yes, I did. Howard, or did staff write these questions down? The ones that the last couple that
I did not jot all the questions. I thought those were just sort of subject areas that Director Monroe was highlighting.
They're subject areas. Okay. I just want to make sure they're sort of in the. They're questions that I think speak to both the what I would expect from my community, but also that I think are relevant to the mission of EBCE going forward. So. As they're relevant to be addressed specifically, that's fine. At the moment, they probably should just sit as subject areas.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's see, Mayor Pilch from Albany, you had a opening comment or question?
Yeah, just a quick question. I know that staff is energy experts. Staff are energy experts and not environmental experts, but would you, can you give any characterization to the environmental impact report? Does it show significant environmental impacts, or whatever you can say to quickly summarize the report?
So, Nick, I think you got it with your first statement. We are not environmental experts. You know, we very much, I think, as an agency, I take the philosophy that it's really the local permitting agencies that are the experts when it comes to making these sort of land use assessments. And so for all of our renewables contracts, we focus on the energy fundamentals. And while we may apply a weighting factor to permitting risk, we do not go through and develop qualitative or really quantitative sort of assessments of those factors. And that is why we have contingencies in our contracts for whether or not the county is going to approve the permit or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And of course, for clarity, part of our mission is to promote renewables, reduce our impact on global warming, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That certainly is an environmental element, a very fundamental environmental element of the purpose of our existence. Nevertheless, the question and the answer were well taken. Okay, Madam Clerk, why don't we call the speakers? I don't know if you want to call 5 at a time or however you want to do it. Again, we're limiting it to 2 minutes each instead of the normal 3 minutes. And everybody who's speaking does not have to speak for the full 2 minutes. You're allowed to go less than that if you want. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Fernando Estrada, Martin Espinosa, Joseph Cruz, Gerardo Blum, and Herida Shell Jr. Joseph Cruz, your microphone is unmuted. Hello, Joseph, your microphone is unmuted. We'll go to Alan Burnham. Your microphone is unmuted.
I am speaking as an individual and not as a representative of any organization. Several speakers tonight said they don't want nuclear big hydro. Right now, that means more CO2 emissions. We can only have lower CO2 emissions if new renewable energy is built. Intersect is a well-designed project. I think it's an excellent option for East Bay Community Energy. I've read the draft and final EIRs. I think a lot of the environmental criticisms of that are people who have other motives and just want to come up with excuses not to build the project. That, of course, is my personal opinion, but I believe that the need to build more renewable energy to fulfill all the objectives that are talked about tonight means that this should be pursued vigorously. Thank you.
Fernando Estrada, your microphone is unmuted. I'm sorry, we're having difficulties hearing you.
Okay, let's try it again. My name is Fernando Estrada. I'm the business manager of the Labor Union in Alameda County. I'm in the business of working good jobs. We're recruiting new members from the community throughout.
I'm sorry, Fernando, it's still. Sounds like the internet connection is not.
What about now?
Yes, it just
Better?
starts going digital. Much better.
Okay, again, it's from the business manager of Labor Union in Alameda County. I'm in the business of putting people to work in good paying jobs, and we're recruiting new members from within the community throughout the county. Currently, there are over 10,000 laborers, and that's only laborers living in the county, not counting the rest of the trades. So pretty much that makes us the community. This project, besides generating, storing, and dispatching clean energy, it will create jobs, not just any jobs. I'm talking about over 400 union jobs with decent wages, benefits like pension, health and welfare, annuity, etc. So on behalf of the over 10,000 laborers that I represent and live in the county, we fully support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Espinosa, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Martin Espinosa, and I'm a field representative for the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council. I am here in support of the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Glaciers are melting, sea levels are rising, cloud forests are dying, and wildlife is scrambling to keep pace. It is important now more than ever to put efforts towards creating a sustainable energy future. And that's exactly what this project brings to Alameda County. not to mention over 400 living wage union jobs during construction of this project, many of which reside here in Livermore in the Tri-Valley area. The impact of climate change are global, but we can make local changes now by committing to contributing our fair share towards a carbon-free economy. Alameda County, as well as all state, have ambitious renewable energy and greenhouse gas reduction goals. The Aramis project hits all the marks. It's the right thing to do for the residents of Alameda County, current and future. The Aramis project moves California and the Bay Area into a healthier environment, and I urge you to approve the project without delay. Thank you and have a great evening.
Gerardo Blum, your microphone is available.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. So my name is Gerardo Blum. I'm a field representative for the Carpenter Union located in Oakland. And I am speaking in support for this Aramis Renewable Energy Project. This project will create living wage, multi-trade union jobs and clean energy to help our environment and our communities. Decarbonizing our electric grid will help our children health and the community in general. The project will cover 400 acres of severely impaired agricultural land with no access to irrigations. Perfect place for a great way to use the land and defeat climate change. Please approve this Aramis project without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Second call for Harry Lachelle. I do not see them listed here. I'll call Kelly Agnew, Blair Beekman, Tamara Roos, and Barbara Stebbins. Just taking me a moment to find everyone since everyone raised their hand. Barbara Stebbins, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. Oops, am I in? Yes. So East Bay Clean Power Alliance is here tonight not to either support or oppose the Aramis project. We see many good aspects of the project, mostly the 400 union jobs that will be provided. We think that clearly that is a great economic benefit to Alameda and possibly neighboring counties. Also, we do see some of the other economic benefits that will be provided by this project, and the renewable energy is, of course, that's the way that we have to go for a sustainable future. What we wish is that we were getting, that East Bay Community Energy were getting more of the actual power that will be coming from this project. So we're sorry that the bulk of it will be going to Clean Power SF. And the other thing is that we wish that it was providing local resiliency. I think in the last couple of years, what we've learned is we've learned a lot about the structure of California's energy system when there are power shutoffs because there might be a fire danger in Butte County. Sometimes the power goes off here, and that's largely because of what is really a centralized system. So most of Aramis power will just go onto the grid. And if the transmission lines get shut down, we won't be seeing any of that power here. Or, you know, we might, it all depends. But the main thing is it won't actually provide local resiliency. We would love to see more projects that are large with battery storage here in Alameda County, providing energy to East Bay Community Energy, and that were hooked up such that they could actually be islanded and that energy could continue to be provided even if parts of the grid go down. Thank you.
So I'll call Rick. I do not see Blair Beekman or Kelly on the attendees list, so I'll move on to Rick, Vaughn Wolf, Robert Selma, and Jim D.
Wait a minute. She didn't give me my time.
Okay, Tamara, you're unmuted. You can go now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'm Tamara Royce with Friends of Open Space and Vineyards, based in Livermore. I'm a Livermore resident. I think there's a lot of information about this project that has not been made clear. And I think it's important to note, for example, that Save Mount Diablo has brought up the fact that there is no compensatory mitigation involved in any of the mitigation measures for biological impacts in this EIR. So my overarching point is that, I think East Bay Community Energy needs to respect the process. This is not a cut and dried EIR, contrary to what the Intersect Power representative said. Many of the comments remain, if not fully answered, if even answered, to some degree. And, in effect, I think to make a decision in favor of this tonight would be endorsing a project that, has raised a significant number of environmental issues, and it hasn't even been approved. And I think it's important to let that process play out and let the citizens have a full opportunity to convey both sides to the decision makers. And I think you can wait a few months. This will be appealed regardless of the outcome at the Board of Zoning Adjustments. It's going to be appealed. It's quite contentious. There could be litigation. I think we need to take more time with this and not rush into a decision that has such a profound impact environmentally. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could please ask the speakers to lower their hand until their name is called, and at the end of calling all the names, I'll ask those that did not get a chance to raise their hand or to sign up to raise their hand. This will help us go through the process a lot faster. Thank you. Second call for Rick. There is no last name. Von Wolf, Robert Selna, and Jim D. Vaughn, your microphone is unmuted.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see the unmute button. Yeah, I'd like to, first of all, I didn't see the total cost in the presentation. I might have missed it. I would like to state that the International Energy Association came up with a report in the beginning of October indicating that almost all of the new power being put in the world is going to be solar because it's so much cheaper. And only about 15% of that is expected to be rooftop solar. So that means the industrial size solar is the one that really has to pick it up. That's the only way we can really afford it. If you look at the power generations of coal and natural gas and all that kind of stuff, they're all industrial size. Dams are big industrial size. Manufacture of airplanes and cars are all industrial size if you're going to address a large issue. It's been 30 years since we knew we needed to go to renewables, and we've put it off long enough. There's no reason to be putting this off. I drive by that area all the time, going over to the shooting range that's on the other side of it. Industrial size should go in there. Some of the farmers that are in there have solar power on their farms. It's something that needs to get done, and this is the best way to do it, and it's the best place to do it for what we need, because we need a lot more. We need to overbuild essentially for what we're doing. I agree that we don't need to cover the whole area, but strategically put, these size plants are the only way we're going to get out of the mess we're in. And we don't have 20 or 30 years. We only have about 10 years. Putting it off doesn't buy us anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim D. Your microphone is available.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Oakland, and I am just speaking in support of the project. I've got nearly a decade of experience working in renewable energy across hydro, wind, solar, and a variety of scales, utility scale opportunities like this project here, down to 7 kilowatt, keeping lights on a street sign overnight sort of thing. And I've just sort of stressed that these large projects are the most efficient way to provide low cost renewable energy that decarbonizes our economy. And in my experience, a project of this size is really unique in this geography, as was mentioned in the presentation. I've never seen anything of this size north of Fresno, and I think it's going to be very valuable for the community and for the county to have this generation locally. Thank you.
Thank you. Second call for Rick from San Leandro and Robert Selma. Also call Luis Amezcua, Glenn Lovell, Leo Vega, Mario Santana Cruz, Frank Banducci. Luis, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Luis Amezcua here on behalf of the Sierra Club. As we have made clear throughout the years, we fully support Measure D, protecting sensitive biological areas and promoting clean energy to get off of fossil fuels. With Aramis, we spent a lot of time doing our due diligence to make sure that this project was sited properly in East County, which is an important area for us. And on reviewing the final EIR, we support the resource management avoidance alternative of the project, as it avoids and or sufficiently mitigates all of the potential environmental impacts. The resource management avoidance alternative provides for a continuation of agricultural activities, removes resource management designated land from the project scope, and focuses development on large parcel agricultural while avoiding areas near the creek and its tributaries where the water management designation occurs. We appreciate the developer's willingness to support an alternative that is compliant with Measure D and the East County Area Plan, despite its very small footprint for a solar and storage project of such large capacity. We're also really excited that this project will be creating many much needed union careers at a time when our communities have been severely impacted by the pandemic. As we all know, and what many speakers highlighted today, the climate crisis is here, and we need to move forward as quickly as possible to get off of fossil fuels. I urge you to move forward with this project under the resource management avoidance alternative. Thank you for your time.
Leo Vega, your microphone is available.
Good evening, board, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name's Leo Vega, and I'm a field representative for the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council. I am a Tri-Valley resident. I've lived in the San Ramon, Dublin area for 22 years, and I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Alameda County's efforts towards creating a sustainable energy future must start with the approval of the Aramis Solar and Battery Storage Project, which will be Northern California's most significant solar and storage project ever built. The project developer is committed to providing 100% living wage union jobs during project construction, which will create up to 400 individual opportunities for Bay Area workers. I ask that you approve the Aramis project. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenn Lovell, your microphone is unmuted.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board members. My name is Glenn Lovell, political coordinator of the Iron Workers Union Local 378, representing hundreds of members across Alameda County, as well as standing in solidarity alongside Building Trades and the thousands of members that they represent within this county as well. Speaking strongly in support of this project, in this time of unprecedented economic inequality and unprecedented threats to the Earth's environment, projects of this nature have never been more necessary for us to pursue. As has been well noted by previous speakers, it builds the vital capacity of solar. It generates hundreds of union jobs here in this county. And of course, there's over $20 million in estimated direct and indirect economic stimulus that it provides in the local community. Very much needed in a time of great uncertainty in this pandemic and in the economic recovery that we are now navigating, and amidst the uncertainty of policy changes across other levels of government. In all, this project is definitely goes in completely the right direction for expanding the capacity of renewable, generating middle-class enduring careers for local residents, and fundamentally reconciling and combining the vital goals of equitable development with environmental sustainability. And this is well demonstrated by the collection of stakeholders of both the labor and environmental movements who have come together in support of this project. And together, let it be a great example for further projects and policies across this region toward both of these goals. Thank you.
Frank Banducci, your microphone is available.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Aramis project this evening. My name is Frank Banducci. I have been a Bay Area resident my whole life, and I'm currently a Carpenter's field representative in Alameda County. For me, one of the many outstanding benefits of this project is its use of land. You know, like my cohort said earlier, Gerardo, he said that it will be covering 400 acres of severely impacted agricultural land, and it's simply making this an excellent site for a solar project, in my opinion. Also, the Aramis project has been carefully sited and designed with local community priorities and values in mind, and to minimize environmental impacts. It will protect floodplains, enhance local wildlife habitat, and employ honeybee-friendly plantings. Abundant new landscaping, visual appealing fencing, and generous setbacks will soften and enhance the views for cyclists and motorists traveling the nearby roads. Through these environmental enhancements and by offsetting 188,000 metric tons of CO2, the Aramis project moves California closer to achieving a decarbonized economy and a healthier environment for people with children like myself. I don't think this project should be denied, and especially not based on an argument of aesthetics. With the fencing and panels being set back from public roadways, the closest panels will be over 70 feet from the property line. The fence design would use an agricultural style instead of a standard chain link fence, and vegetation screening along North Livermore Road and Manning Avenue would screen the facility from the public views. So please, I urge you to do the right thing by Alameda County residents, current and future, by approving the Aramis project today without delay. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Mario Santa Cruz. I'm probably one of the people speaking that is not a resident for the Alameda County. I'm a resident from San Joaquin, but my office is located in Livermore. So I commute every day to Livermore and I work at Livermore. I'm a field representative with the Millwrights, the crew that install the tracking devices that track the sun from the solar panels. And also earlier, I see the slideshow about the windmills. Our trade is one of the trades that install those windmills in the Altima. I'm speaking for this project for different reasons. You know, it's going to put a lot of residents to work, but it's also good for the environment. Somebody mentioned earlier that we're not environmental experts, but you don't have to be to know that if you delay this project, it's just hurting the environment. You know, I urge you to support this project because everybody in everywhere else in this state is happening, and it's happening for the right and for the benefit of the environment for everybody. Thank you and appreciate the time.
Thank you. Joseph Cruz, your microphone is available. You're unmuted. Joseph Cruz. Lower hand. Next speakers are Lita Dupree, Susan Springer, Matthew Wardlaw, Joseph Gar, Jehan S., and Diego Montesinos. Matthew, your microphone is unmuted.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Matthew Wardlaw, and I'm a lifelong resident of Livermore, and I'm also a 14-year member of the Millwrights, Local 102. I'm in full support of the Aramis Renewable Energy Project in Livermore. Not only will this project provide union jobs with a livable wage for members like me that live in Livermore, it's going to provide clean energy for thousands of homes. Livermore is already known for wind power and clean energy. I think it's time for us to be known for our solar power as well. You know, 100 megawatt Aramis solar project and battery storage project like this is going to be a huge step into a cleaner future for Alameda County and Northern California. So I ask you guys please to move forward with this project without delay. Thank you.
Stop. All right, Montesinos, your microphone is available.
Okay, I'm a student at Ishpodat High School and I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. A couple of reasons why I support the project are as follows. It's located immediately adjacent to a substation to access the grid, will power tens of thousands of Bay Area homes with clean, local, renewable energy each year and provide up to 400 living wage union jobs, as people have mentioned before. And secondly, this Aramis project has been carefully cited and designed with local community priorities and values in mind and to minimize environmental impacts. It will protect floodplains, enhance local wildlife habitat, and employ honeybee-friendly plantings. Abundant new landscaping, visually appealing fencing, and generous setbacks will soften and enhance the view for cyclists and motorists traveling the nearby roads. Through these environmental enhancements and by offsetting 188,000 metric tons of CO2. But most importantly, the Aramis project moves California and the Bay Area closer to achieving a decarbonized economy and a healthier environment. And I urge you to approve the project without delay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Dan Kalb and members. Alita Dupree for the record. This is about the basics, as I talk about all the time, the importance of building renewables and storage and local development. This project has all of these elements that allow us to efficiently develop renewables close by that we don't have to worry about grid congestion. And I would say the likelihood of curtailment should be very low because it will be nearby. I don't see any issues with this project. I'm very comfortable with it. It's very basic, and my only regret is that we didn't have a bigger allotment. But anyway, I've said these things before. I believe this is worth being approved, and I ask for your approval of it tonight. Thank you.
Springer, your microphone is available.
Susan Springer, I'm a lifelong resident of Livermore, and I find it disconcerting that East Bay Community Energy is considering contracting with an unproven company that has no projects completed to date, let alone is in possession of a conditional use permit for the Aramis project. The highly controversial project has an EIR that will be reviewed by the Board of Zoning Adjustments on Tuesday, November 24th. The EIR is haphazard and has been put together in a rush to push the project through the approval process. The impact to the wildlife, endangered species, and the proposed irreversible damage to the scenic corridor of North Livermore Valley, as well as the longstanding agricultural contribution from that valley, has not been addressed. I support clean energy, excuse me, but it should not be generated at the expense of our environment. Our environmental resources out here are precious, as well as the open space. There are alternative, less conflicted locations available within Alameda County. Alameda County needs a solar policy with the associated mapping of potential solar locations before it approves this project. I urge you to use your influence to encourage Alameda County to establish a policy. Please do not give credibility to the Intersect Power's flawed plan and support the detrimental effects to North Livermore environment by agreeing to a contract at this time. Thank you.
Jahan Sagafi, you have your microphone unmuted.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jahan Sagafi. I'm a social justice lawyer representing workers who challenge discrimination and wage theft in class actions. I've lived in Oakland for 10 years and in the Bay Area for 20 years, and this is my lifelong home now. I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Why? We all know that urgent action to reverse climate change is absolutely critical. We needed to act yesterday, and tonight I'm asking that we act today. This is especially important because the cost of inaction falls disproportionately on the poor and people of color in our community through deaths and heat waves, exacerbated respiratory disorders, heat stroke, other kinds of problems. The Aramis project will responsibly tackle the climate change problem through a large-scale shift to clean energy, 400 union jobs at a living wage, which is absolutely critical, as many people have just mentioned, given the assault on working people and the middle class in recent years. And it will also protect the immediate environment through responsible protections. Of course, it is not without some costs. There's no such thing as a free lunch, but we do need to pull together to make reasonable, modest sacrifices and put our self-interest aside to do what is right for our whole community. So for the sake of our families, our children, and the health of our community, I urge you to approve the Aramis project now. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph G., your microphone is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
So I want to ask you to think of Alameda County. Most of you are from cities around the county, but now I'm asking you to make a decision for the county as a whole. You are being used as a fig leaf for a rich power company from San Francisco. The chairman of the power company is so rich that he gave $100,000 to a presidential candidate in the recent election. Now he wants to build a power plant in Alameda County, mainly to produce power for San Francisco. Only 20% of the electricity stays here. The rest goes to San Francisco. The last time San Francisco needed electricity was about 10 years ago when they closed all the San Francisco power plants. The San Francisco power plants were located roughly where the Warriors Arena is now. To make up for the missing electricity for San Francisco, a big power company built a power plant on the Hayward shoreline. You can see the power plant the next time you drive back from the airport. When you reach the Hayward shoreline, just look toward the left and you'll see the power plant there. So in other words, we sacrificed the most valuable piece of land in Hayward, shoreline on the bay. We ruined it to build a power plant for the benefit of San Francisco. And now you're going to do the same thing again. You're going to build a power plant in Livermore in beautiful, untouched agricultural land that's been there for hundreds of years, if not thousands, and you're going to do it for the benefit of San Francisco. If you go ahead and buy this electricity, you're going to degrade the image of East Bay Power, and people will remember it. Every time they drive by that plant, they will say, oh, that was built by East Bay Community Power. Boy, they're just another big power company building power plants all over. So please don't do it.
Matthew W., your microphone is available. I cannot unmute you, Matthew, so I will disable the talkie again. And once again, for the speakers, if you can please wait for your name to be called and to raise your hand, this will help this process go a lot faster. Thank you. Next group will be George Smith, Chris Baker, Vinay Shenoy, and Sumi Sharma. Can you please state your name for the record? Is this David or are you one of the other names that was called?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Was your name called, sir? Or are you raising your hand to speak after?
So should I speak now or should I wait?
Please wait. Thank you. Okay, George Smith, your microphone is available.
Thank you. Can you hear me? This is George Smith.
Yes.
Okay, George Smith. I'm a resident of the East Bay. I've lived here for the past 35 years. I represent East Bay Leadership Council. I serve on the board of directors. We are a public policy advocacy organization, which is focused on economic vitality and quality of life in the East Bay for the past 80 years. We are sensitive to the issues of climate change, and we support a balanced energy approach to the phase out of fossil fuels in California. We support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project in Livermore, which will deliver 100 megawatts of clean, reliable power to 25,000 Bay Area residents and businesses. The Aramis Green Energy Project will generate clean power, not just when the sun is shining, but when East Bay residents and businesses need it the most. East Bay Leadership Council fully supports the Aramis project. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris Baker. Your microphone is unmuted. Move on to Sumit Sharma.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Sumit Sharma. I was born and raised in Fremont, California, and I've lived in Alameda County for most of my life, and I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Over the years that I've lived in the Bay Area, I have firsthand, and I'm sure many of you have as well, I've seen the growing impacts of climate change, not just in the last several years, but this year alone. Our community has faced an onslaught of so many different climate problems. For example, wildfires. I don't think I need to speak anymore about the devastation caused by them. But as a result, these things cause poor health, poor air quality. And it doesn't just affect people with a lot of money in San Francisco, it affects everyone. As a result, we need the Aramis project because for the simple fact that it decarbonizes our electrical grid. And this is important for mitigating climate change and improving air quality. As a result, Alameda's efforts toward creating a sustainable energy future must start with the approval of the Aramis Renewable Energy Project, which will be Northern California's most significant solar and storage project ever built. Therefore, I urge you to approve the project without delay.
Thank you, David Nelson. Your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is David Nelson. I'm a Livermore resident for over 30 years and currently live in the North Livermore area. I support the Aramis Energy Project. The Aramis Renewable Energy Project has the potential of bringing over 400 union jobs to Livermore, will also provide over 22 million local economic benefits for Livermore. The Aramis Renewable Energy Project is an investment in our community and in our future. We have seen the direct effects of climate change over the past couple of years in California by the increased winds and drier weather causing these much larger wildfires. It's time to do our part to start to repair the damages of global warming. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen Swaim. Your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Karen Swaim. I'm a wildlife biologist with over 30 years of experience in the East Bay and significant in Livermore Valley where I live. I have state and federal recovery permits for two of the main species of concern, the California tiger salamander and the red-legged frog, and have since before they were listed. I'd like to make the committee and especially the city of Livermore aware that an adequate analysis of the impacts on the biological resources has not been completed, nor is it in any way remotely legally defensible. They have not adequately evaluated the temporary or permanent impacts to listed species and their habitats, nor have they addressed any of the risks that are associated with the ongoing impacts of the project when it operates. I, along with other entities, including the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and East Bay Parks, have submitted comments on the draft environmental impact report regarding the need to evaluate these impacts and provide compensatory land mitigation for these impacts. The final environmental impact report has completely blown the Department of Fish and Wildlife off. That is absolutely the fact. They don't consider impacts associated with grading over 400 acres of occupied upland salamander habitat, the loss of 400 acres of golden eagle foraging habitat, and many other things, something that would be significant and warrant compensatory mitigation. They claim to have done many protocol surveys and for these species that would justify negative findings. I guarantee you they have not and can support that statement. The notion that this site is devoid of significant wildlife is ridiculous, and that truth has been buried. They've done everything they can to keep from triggering permits to try to avoid having to mitigate for this project. I urge the committee to understand that they should live up to being clean and green and expect impacts to be mitigated and delay this project until they're compelled to do so or go home. If the salamanders aren't a concern of themselves, this project proceeding without take permits will most assuredly result in take and violation of the Endangered Species Act, both state and federal. Thank you.
Lynn Naylor, your microphone is unmuted.
Good evening, EBCE Chair Kalb and board members. My name is Lynn Naylor. I'm the CEO of Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group. ITV is led by business leaders committed to connecting the businesses, research labs, educational institutions, and civic leaders in the Tri-Valley, which is one of the fastest growing and economically robust regions in the Bay Area. In alignment with input we've received for our Tri-Valley Regional 2040 Vision Plan, Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group believes increased renewable energy production is critical. As there are few locations where renewable energy projects can be built in the Tri-Valley, the Innovation Tri-Valley Leadership Group's Executive Board of Directors is supportive of the proposed Aramis project. Thank you.
Chuck Ott, your microphone is unmuted.
Hello, my name is Chuck Ott. I'm a 30+ year resident of Livermore and currently live in North Livermore, close to this project. As excuse me, as EBCE searches to acquire renewable energy sources for its customers, doing so with a project of this caliber does so at the detriment of the environment and the area. Entering into an agreement with Intersect with a project of this magnitude within one of Alameda County's last open spaces and agricultural land is an injustice to customers and your representative constituents, or respective constituents. Entering into an agreement with a project that is not yet approved and still going through the process at this point in time sends the wrong message and clouds the process of due diligence. Intersect should be willing to wait until the project is approved unless they have another agenda in mind, such as swaying a vote of elected officials and create pressure on county staff members. Please have a conscience with consideration of postponing this decision until after the project is actually approved or potentially approved. Pushing the approval through at this time with a company that will more likely sell off the project upon completion, as they have done with 4 other projects this year alone, is deserving to your customers, is a disservice to your customers, excuse me. I, as an EBCE customer, strongly encourage sourcing more projects similar to the Clearway project mentioned earlier today in this meeting. A project sited in the right place and not an environmentally impacted area like North Livermore. Lastly, do you realize that this project is over 1 mile long of solar panels on North Livermore Avenue in a scenic corridor? Can you imagine? Thank you.
Luis Valencia, your microphone is unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Luis Valencia. I'm a bioengineering PhD student at UC Berkeley, and I am a resident of Albany. I am speaking in support of the Aramis Solar Project. So climate change is, in my opinion, and the opinion of many of my fellow scientists, the most significant issue that the world is facing in the next couple of generations. We're currently on track to experience sea level rises, significant changes in weather patterns, and widespread economic decline due to severe climate disasters and changes in agricultural productivity. Even our beautiful California wine country and forests are currently experiencing these effects from climate change that are impacting us via unusual growing seasons or severe wildfires. The only chance that we have of steering away from this is to drastically decrease our carbon emissions by relying heavily on renewable energy. And I'm extremely proud that California is pioneering a switch to 100% renewable energy, something which we've been told in the past is difficult to do. But however, it turns out that we're well on our way to achieving this goal thanks to technological advances and efforts in making solar, wind, and other renewable energy resources more widespread and efficient. This Aramis Solar project is spectacularly planned out. They're providing solid fundamental energy production plans, as well as undertaking significant beautification efforts to make the project land pleasant and enjoyable to the local community. The construction of hiking trails, as well as landscaping with native plants and pollinators, promises to make this project land a wonderful place to enjoy our beautiful California nature, while at the same time providing clean energy that will protect our land from rolling blackouts and mitigate climate change for generations to come. So let's not miss this opportunity to be pioneers in establishing a sustainable and community-friendly approach to a 100% clean energy California. Thank you.
Thank you. And as a reminder, members of the public are allowed to speak to the item once. If you've already spoken, you will not be called. David Coe, your microphone is unmuted. David, your microphone is unmuted. Okay, we'll skip. We'll go to Tyler Nelson.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the time. My name is Tyler Nelson, and I've lived in the Bay Area for over 15 years and have been an Alameda County resident for 3 years. I run an engineering firm located here in Alameda County that specializes in designing projects very similar to this one all over the country, from Florida, Georgia, Alabama, North Carolina, New York, Texas, Hawaii, and of course, Southern California, but nothing in Northern California. It would be incredible to see one of these projects that are built all over the country, which are so important to local communities, to be built in our community. I'm obviously biased, right, since we design these solar farms, but I don't think of bad aesthetics when I see them. I think of progress. I think that is a symbol that this community cares about its people and the future of its people. It cares about the air we breathe and the earth we walk on. And not only are these projects good for the environment, but they also create good paying local union jobs. And putting on my electrical engineer hat for a second, this site is well located, being immediately adjacent to a substation with direct access to the grid to power tens of thousands of Bay Area homes. The project has also been sited on already impacted land and will be constructed to minimize environmental impacts. What really sets this Aramis project apart is not just a solar project, but it incorporates battery storage as well. Batteries act as a sustainable alternative to natural gas peaker plants, which fire up whenever the local utility grid can't provide enough power to meet its peak demand. So they cost millions of dollars per day to operate and are some of the least efficient and dirtiest plants on the grid. Instead, the battery installation at the Aramis solar project will use stored solar energy to support the grid's peak loads. So as an Alameda County resident, an Alameda County business owner, and a father, I urge you to approve this project. Thank you again for your time.
Tyler Nelson, your microphone is available.
I just went.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Hand. Joe Thompson, your microphone is unmuted. Joe Thompson, your microphone is available. Okay, we'll try David Coe.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. Hi, my name is David Coe. I'm a lifelong Alameda County resident for 40 years. And I 100% support this Aramis renewable energy. Couple things. Aramis project is not only a solar project, but incorporates 100 megawatts of 4-hour duration battery storage as well. Battery storage is transforming the global electric grid, and it's an increasingly important element of the world's transition to sustainable energy. Batteries act as a sustainable alternative to natural gas peaker power plants. Peaker power plants fire up millions of dollars per day to operate and are some of the least efficient and dirtiest plants on the grid. Instead, the battery installation at the Aramis solar system will use stored solar energy to support the grid's peak loads. I urge you to do the right thing by Alameda County residents, current and future, by approving the Aramis project without any delay. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the list of signed up names. So now I'll go to Joe Thompson. And there are a few other folks that have not signed up yet, but would like to speak. Joe Thompson, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, my name is Joe Thompson. I am a resident of Livermore. And I am very happy to hear that most of the people speaking about the project do approve it. I think solar is something that we all need to look towards for our future clean energy. I know that the land, I've seen the land. There's no real other uses, you know, crops, livestock, that is not really much of an option. And actually, livestock actually puts out a lot of CO2. We're proposing to, or this project's proposing to offset the CO2 by way of solar panels and solar arrays. Most of the properties surrounding, they all have solar arrays in their yards. To me, this is a no-brainer. It's for our future. I have kids. It's for their future. You know, that's the idea of having a trail dedicated for hiking use. That's great. I just want you to think about the importance of clean energy, and it's not going to happen if we don't do anything about it. So you actually got to let projects get built. And I urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Friedrich. You have access to your microphone.
Hi, I urge you not to move forward with this contract. Your list of benefits ignores the cost, and that's the cost of loss of habitat and open space. California Fish and Wildlife are environmental experts. In their comment letter, they list multiple issues, environmental issues, and multiple permits that Aramis is required to get. Aramis is unwilling to provide the normal required mitigation. If you move forward with this contract, please don't call yourself environmentalists. You're another company willing to sacrifice the environment to reach their ends. Most of the people speaking here are going to make money off this project. Who's speaking for the environment? I have an excellent site for a solar farm. It's 800 acres in the heart of the Bay Area. It's the Oakland Coliseum site. Let's use that instead of trashing North Livermore. Thank you.
Sorry, Jordan, stop. Your microphone is available. You're unmuted, Jordan. We're moving on to Vincent James Courtney. Your microphone is unmuted. Moving on to Jean King.
Okay, this is Jean King, and I am very happy that so many people here this evening have been so concerned about climate change and that they do want to support solar. The thing that they're not looking at really is that this is not the place for the solar. Now, the company describes this as severely impacted land. No, the soil that is there is prime agricultural land, but it needs some water to grow the things. But the land is not impacted. It is prime land with water. The EIR does not satisfy all the questions and the problems with the animals, with the water, with the scenic corridor, with all the things that are there. That's what you're not hearing from what the damage will be to that area. The county has been very negligent and has not formed a completely good policy of where solar should be in Alameda County. We need to have a policy to decide what there is. There has not been a study that studies where the areas can be that will satisfy all of the conditions here for these big facilities of solar. And we also need to study the distributed solar and what the trade-offs are between the two of them. You say that it's out there, but it is damaging the soil. It is damaging the open space that we have here in the valley. There are jobs. They're very short-term jobs, and I'm glad there will be jobs when a facility like this is built. But the 400 jobs are just short-term. The permanent jobs that will be out there will be 4. There will only be 4. Community members do not support this project. Please do not approve this. Wait until it goes through the form, through the BZA, through the Board of Supervisors, and possible litigation. Wait until it is finalized before you approve this. Okay, thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Stephen Cassidy.
Hello, board. My name's Stephen Cassidy. I served as mayor of San Leandro. I'm an attorney, and for full disclosure here, I'm working on behalf of Save North Livermore. I want to say at the outset that obviously we want to address greater renewable energy. We want to address climate change. That's not the question before you, or not the sole question. The question that you have to ask yourself is this project environmentally sound? And your own staff has admitted they have no idea. They're looking at whether this serves East Bay Community Energy's interests. And you, as policymakers, though, that can't be your sole question. You can't say, well, this promotes renewables, it reduces greenhouse emissions, we must approve it. No, you have to ask, is this particular project environmentally sound? And you don't have any factual information to answer that question tonight. It's not been provided by staff. You yourselves have not looked into this in depth. I mean, the final environmental impact report, which just came out, is over 300 pages. There's appendices upon appendices. There's really only 2 people on this call tonight that can answer the question as to whether this project is environmentally sound, and that's Marissa Mitchell and Karen Swain. They've read all the documents. The problem, of course, with Marissa Mitchell is that she's a representative of the company, and she's not going to give you a straight answer. I'm sorry, if you rely upon her to tell you if this is environmentally sound, you're not going to hear that. She already told you that Save Mount Diablo supports this project. That's incorrect. They submitted a comment letter criticizing the project for not having any mitigation. Likewise, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife letter is damning. It's 14 pages of one hit after another against the project. And to say that the final ER addresses that is highly misleading as well. It does not. So you really should wait for the process to be completed by the county before entering into any contract, because you are not able to answer the fundamental question as to whether this project in and of itself is an environmentally sound location. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Tyler O'Brien. I'm a second-generation resident of the rural Alameda County. I live near the project site. A couple things I want to point out. It was erroneously stated that Intersect holds assets in California and Texas, but that is now false because Intersect Power has sold those assets in 2019 to SB Energy. That's a Japanese company. You say you assess these contracts based upon development risk. Okay, you're going to consider entering into contract with a company that is going to sell a project once it's approved, and which is in all likelihood, I can't say that with certainty, but their track record says that it's going to be appealed to the Board of Supervisors should it be approved on November 24th, and it will most certainly result in litigation. So you're looking to go into contract with the customer or a provider that is going to be held up in legal battles or county battles for who knows how long. I'd also like to highlight that Gavin Newsom recently issued an executive order, N82-20, which requires state agencies to come up with plans to preserve biodiversity within the state, especially within soils, because soil leads to the sequestering of carbon. It also highlights the importance of preserving biodiversity and also lists disturbing soil as a huge area of concern, as it releases massive amounts of warming compounds in the atmosphere. This area has also been erroneously labeled as at risk or poor agriculture. It's actually prime soil. And if you consider yourselves environmentalists, instead of saying we need solar in North Livermore, you would say we need water so that we can sequester even more carbon in this region. I urge you to think very carefully about going into contract with this. I think it could have negative impact on you all. And I think that, as far as development risk goes, there is certainly more than enough of it to give you cause. Thank you.
Thank you. John Argla, your microphone is unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. This is Dawn Argula. I'm the CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce. And also I am a 35-year resident of Livermore. Thank you to the EBCE board for your leadership in moving Alameda County towards an energy sustainable, resilient, and economically stronger future. LVCC, our chamber, our economic policy priorities include support for the maintenance, improvement, and sufficient expansion of key infrastructure for the economic vitality of the Livermore Valley and the region. We have seen the effects of public safety power shutoffs and the Cal ISO flex alerts on the economy. In the face of an oversubscribed power grid network, it is imperative that more is done to strengthen our energy portfolio. EBCE and its clean renewable energy sources is key to helping businesses in Alameda County, and by extension, the entire Bay Area region, remain sustainable. Our advice always is to first seek local sources for products and services. And we appreciate that EBCE has that provision in its approach to energy procurement and has taken the initiative to conditionally identify the Aramis project as a future contractor. LVCC supports the Intersect Aramis project, and we are excited at the prospect that Livermore and Alameda County may be leading the region in delivering a major source of clean renewable energy. And this project also moves the needle in a major way toward meeting the greenhouse gas emissions reduction goals set by the state. We respect the processes required for any development and the jurisdictions in conducting due diligence necessary for a project to be approved. And we recognize the project of this magnitude is not without impacts. We support jurisdictions and sponsors in moving major projects ahead, and we urge you to support the staff recommendation tonight. Thank you.
John Drescher, your microphone is unmuted.
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Drescher, and I am a field representative from Carpenters Local 713 in Hayward. I represent approximately 4,000 members in Alameda County, and I'm speaking in support of this project. This project will put many people to work and give them the training and skill set needed to build a successful career. This project will also provide families with a livable wage, health care, and a pension, so when the time comes to retire, they can do so with dignity. And for men and women looking to start their career as a carpenter, the training that the apprenticeship offers is second to none. Thank you for your time.
Sunil Kasla, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, my name is Sunil Kasla. I'm a longtime resident of Emeryville, California, and I've lived in Alameda County for most of my life. I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Over the years that I've lived in the Bay Area, I have seen heat waves and wildfires devastate our community and the beautiful landscape. The Aramis project brings clean energy to our community to help mitigate climate change. It also brings clean energy jobs to our community so that we can make our economy more resilient. The Aramis project also has a hiking trail that will help educate our community about solar energy and technology. Our efforts toward creating a sustainable future must start with the approval of the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. The project brings local, affordable, reliable, and clean energy to our community, so I urge you to approve the project without delay. Thank you.
Suhail, your microphone is unmuted.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Suhail. I was born and raised in Fremont, California, and have lived in Alameda County for almost all of my life. I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project because over the years that I've lived in the Bay Area, I've seen the damage that climate change has done through heat waves and wildfires. They've devastated the health and well-being of our community, especially the most vulnerable groups. Air quality associated health conditions rank among Alameda County's leading cause of death, and these negative health impacts are particularly acute in lower income areas. Because of this, excuse me, because of this, I'm hoping the Aramis project will bring local economic, environmental, and social justice because it'll be built by our local community for our local community. We have a great opportunity here to help California attain its goal of 100% renewable energy in the future. And our efforts towards creating a sustainable future must start with the approval of this project immediately. The project brings local, affordable, reliable, and clean energy to our community, so I urge you to approve this project without delay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Arjan from Intersect, your microphone is unmuted.
Hello.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you can please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Arjun. I'm faculty at Johns Hopkins University in Energy Policy and Climate. I was born and raised right here in the Bay Area, and having lived in Contra Costa County, Alameda County, and San Francisco County, I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. Aramis not only brings clean power, but it also brings reliable and affordable power. Every year, we are seeing a growing number of blackouts on the electrical grid, and that is hurting businesses up and down the 680 and 580 corridors. These businesses are taking the brunt of the pain from these blackouts. The advent of the battery, in addition to the solar, provides a more reliable source of power that is critical to our community today. We do not have time to spare. On top of a pandemic, businesses are struggling with the blackouts, and the Aramis project is part of the solution that should be approved immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Silva, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you. I'm Carol Silva. I was born and raised in Livermore, and I live in North Livermore currently. There is actually a lot of opposition to this project by Tri-Valley residents who know about this project. I suspect that if the Aramis project gets approved and built, despite that Alameda County voters voted for Measure D, which was for not having industrial structures placed on agricultural land, that the amount of opposition will exponentially increase when the beauty of North Livermore is scarred by this mega solar project. This project is not in compliance with Measure D. I would suspect that there will be angry customers about the destruction of North Livermore, and that a certain percentage of consumers will change their energy source from EBCE to either their own roof solar panels or to PG&E, or possibly another source that will be there in the future before this proposed project is built. There are better places to build solar projects with less environmental impacts than in North Livermore. Also, EBCE should consider wind power instead of acquiring the solar power from this proposed Aramis project. Thank you.
Vincent James Courtney, your microphone is unmuted. We'll go to Jordan Sapp.
One.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Okay. Yes, it looks like both of you can now answer. So let's go Vincent James Courtney first, and then Jordan Sapp.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry about that. I did send an email to the committee earlier, and I just wanted to follow up on Fernando Estrada's comments, and then also Joe Cruz, who was having some technical difficulties. First of all, I want to thank, on behalf of the Laborers Union, the committee members and Chairman Kalb for hearing out all the public comment today, and just simply make a couple of remarks. First of all, the laborers, the carpenters, and the other trades, men and women, these are not part-time jobs. These are full-time benefited careers. And this is not about us not being environmentalists. We are. It's about transitioning this workforce into clean energy infrastructure and away from dirty energy infrastructure. And this is one opportunity to do exactly that. These are community members. As Mr. Estrada said earlier, we represent 10,000 households in Alameda County. We want to do everything we can to beautify our county, beautify our neighborhoods, but also make sure that we win the battle against global warming and move diligently and expeditiously toward a green energy reality. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jordan Sapp. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jordan Sapp. I am an Alameda County resident, as well as work for an Alameda County-based renewable energy engineering firm, and I support the Aramis Renewable Energy Project. The Alameda County's efforts towards creating a sustainable energy future must start with the approval of Intersect Power's 100 megawatt Aramis solar and battery storage project, which will be Northern California's most significant solar and storage project ever built. In light of recent rolling blackouts, it is imperative that EBCE approve projects like this, which provides both local carbon-free energy as well as firm local resource adequacy, reducing the reliance on uneconomic and highly polluting natural gas peaker plants. The Aramis project moves California and the Bay Area closer to achieving a decarbonized economy and a healthier environment while creating and sustaining local jobs. And I urge you to approve the project without delay. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes all the speakers for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
One last entry with Seco. Chris O'Brien, I believe you've already spoken to this item. Seco, your microphone is unmuted.
Great, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Manzico Surian. I'm a Livermore resident. And the project, in my opinion, has taken into consideration the environmental impact. I realize there's no way everyone can be satisfied with every project that's proposed, but going through 506 pages of draft EIR with many mitigation measures, it's clear to me that the CEQA process is working with proper appropriate setbacks, screening. I can't imagine a better use for that land, located on low plains next to a substation, not on mountaintops, so in my opinion, does not impede the scenic corridor. My takeaway is simple. Let us be the parents that reinforce to our children that the future matters, and give us parents an opportunity to highlight to our children the positive steps we have taken today, not tomorrow, to make our area and planet better. Let us be the people that work together to begin the replacement of the PG&E monopoly with clean renewable energy. And the Aramis project is a 100 megawatt leap in the right direction. I'm proud of my local community for considering this project, and I urge immediate approval.
Okay, is that
We have Chris O'Brien. And that is the last speaker. Chris O'Brien, your microphone is available.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I had not spoken. I'm the last
Sorry,
speaker.
apologies.
No problem. Yeah, I'm a Livermore resident for over 20 years, and I think it's inappropriate for this committee to consider executing a contract with a developer that's currently involved in a really controversial land use battle. One that really the majority of the public, at least in the Livermore area, has overwhelming opposition to. It kind of appears on the surface that if you approve this contract, it appears that you're trying to influence the Board of Supervisors as to how it votes on a land use decision. And so I think it's inappropriate that you consider this contract at this time. If the project's approved at the Board of Supervisors, which will certainly be appealed to either way it goes, and quite honestly, it's probably going to be tied up in litigation for years. Mrs. Swain spoke about the biological issues out here And I appreciate the union people that Aramis has gotten to come out and speak today. We all want the union jobs and we all want solar. The question is where it should be sited. And there's other places to cite it that are less controversial. The Alameda County has not done its job with a thorough mapping study of where those sites are. This is being fast-tracked by the county. I don't understand why. They're having a special public hearing next week, 2 days before Thanksgiving. It almost appears that's in an effort to disqualify or eliminate public comment because people will be with family, even though COVID-19 is going to limit some of that. The whole thing has been handled poorly. There should be a solar policy. Other counties have done that. So I just don't think you guys should approve a contract, even subject to approval. I think it's inappropriate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, that's our speakers, right?
Sorry, I was muted. So I do have participants continuing to raise their hand, but they have not signed up. The whole group were folks that had not signed up, and I just had Robert Selma raise their hand as well.
Did Robert Selma already give testimony?
Not yet.
Okay, then let's have him be the last one. That'll be it.
Okay.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I haven't heard all the comments so far, but I just wanted to make sort of a broad point and step back from the details here for a moment and take into consideration the fact that this is a solar project that is really pitted against the natural environment unnecessarily. And I would urge the board to spend some time reviewing the permitting process and the draft EIR process that Chris O'Brien just alluded to. You know, a phrase that stands out for me is the lead planner who wrote the land use section for the EIR said this project, because of its size and scope and location, does not pass the LAF test for consistency with the general plan or the zoning or ag uses in general. That was Bruce Jensen, the lead planner on the land use section of the draft EIR. That was before the final EIR was issued, but the project hasn't changed since then. And so that adds a dose of sobriety to whether this project should be sited in this scenic valley. The bottom line is this project is inconsistent with Measure D, the voter initiative to preserve agriculture and open space. It's inconsistent with the general plan. It's inconsistent with the zoning. And you really ought to take a pause on deciding on whether to sign this contract and pay close attention to the EIR process and the Board of Zoning Adjustments hearing on Tuesday, the 24th. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's it for public speakers. Thank you so much. Thank you to all who came today to speak. Appreciate it very much. And now I want to bring this back to the board members. I'm going to first call on Councilmember Monroe of Livermore, but I'm sure others will have questions or comments, and then we'll have the opportunity at least to take a vote. Councilmember Monroe.
Well, as you can imagine, I've heard something about this over the last couple months. So I wanted to speak to a couple of things. First of all, clearly this does go to the county. Clearly there is a problem with the fact that there isn't a policy. We, the council, addressed that with a letter that will perhaps be even updated with some of the items that I mentioned. We'll see. That comes up on our meeting, which is Monday night, 3 days before Thanksgiving. Nevertheless, there we go. So in terms of what I've heard from Livermore residents, it's been quite split. It's been split with youth being extremely clear that they favor this because, golly, it's the world they're going to be living in. And you've also heard from some of the Donald Gurla, Lynn Naylor doesn't live in Livermore, but she lives in ITV, Alan Burnham. There have been a number of speakers who also would speak to the importance of this for the community. I began looking at this sometime in August and believed that it was my responsibility to go and actually look at the land. And so I walked it. The problem was that the date that I had set up to go and see Aramis, the land and the project and so on, was about a week after we had a lightning storm that set the entire state on fire. It took 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, before I could even get to look at that land. And at that point, the temperature was incredibly hot. I still couldn't breathe because the air was still smoky. And I'm looking at this scenic land that I can't see because it's covered with smoke. And that's what it looked like for 2 months. So when I think about this, I'm thinking that I'm not quite sure what scenic looks like for 2 months of the year in Livermore if we're covered with smoke. So when we talk about environment, what does that mean? As you can see, I'm feeling fairly strongly that we need to solve the climate crisis. I believe that this is a project that can do that. I am concerned about the environmental impact in terms of wildlife. And yet I have heard from people whose the bulk of the opinion seems to come down on the mitigation factors being done properly. So I think this fits EBCE's mission. I think it fits where we as a society need to go. I recognize it's not perfect, nothing is, but you know what? We got a climate crisis.
Thank you, Councilmember Monroe. Next in the queue is Mayor Pilch from Albany. And I'm sorry, before Nick, before you speak, the clerk has informed me that the one other person who has her hand raised, or his or her hand raised, was called on earlier and couldn't get connected. So we are going to let this one last person speak from the public.
Kelly, your microphone is unmuted.
Thank you very much. As far as the laugh test for projects, the county has doesn't have much of a laugh test for projects. They look at large event centers and call them barns. They look at lakes and dams and beaches getting built, and then look the other way. The counties also, when it comes to solar planning, the county doesn't have a laugh test when it comes to addressing the key technical characteristics and requirements and needs of an electrical grid, which are clearly outlined in this project, actually, because it's not just a solar generation project, it's also a battery storage project. And the operating need, the operating characteristics of a battery storage project are actually misrepresented in the project, because battery storage projects are not just done for arbitrage over a period of 4 hours, as is implied in the project description. Electrical energy arbitrage happens also not as arbitrage, but as grid stabilization over the period of milliseconds or seconds or minutes. And that aspect of it, the grid stabilization function, is completely misunderstood by the project proponents by the technical staff of EBCE, and perhaps even by, I haven't looked at that, but perhaps by the state regulators. Because if you are doing a grid stabilization, that function has to be priced in, not as an arbitrage function, but as a grid stabilization. It has to be valued as such. And there has to be pricing at the, not at the, as was being done in Australia. Australia was doing it over 15-minute intervals. And you have to do it over intervals of very tiny time increments to properly price the grid stabilization function. So all of this is to say that battery storage, misunderstood, hugely needed, and it
Thank
needs
you, Kelly.
to
Your time has lapsed.
Technically and price-wise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to our panelists. Mayor Pilch from Albany, you were up next. And anybody else?
Yeah.
Please feel free to raise your hand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just as quickly as I can. We are buying resource adequacy. We're proposing to do that, not proposing to buy electricity. So we're not really a big stakeholder in this. It's not really our call necessarily whether this project should be built or not. I definitely want to defer to Director Monroe's comments mostly. I think she's one of the biggest stakeholders. She should be considered one of the biggest stakeholders here. There's more review that this is going to go through, so I don't feel the need to speak too much more to this. I am going to abstain because I just don't know enough from the environmental point of view. But I will note that one of the speakers was a advocate that I know well and whose opinions I respect. And this person did say that the resource management avoidance alternative did seem like a very reasonable environmental alternative that could be supported. So I think we should take that into consideration, and I'll end my remarks there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, any board members have any other comments or questions for staff, for the applicant, for our each other? I'm not seeing any questions. I'm sorry, Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro.
Yeah, I'll just jump in there for a few seconds. I want to understand what is sort of the developer's challenge to move forward without an agreement from East Bay Community Energy. Is there a sort of a element of financing that is at risk if you don't have these agreements in play to continue the feasibility study or analysis necessary to evaluate what portion of the property you can and will develop? Say, I can't recall if it's 400 acres, but there's a part of it in the analysis by Sierra Club speaking to 367 acres of the land area that maybe can be developed to minimize the impact on portion of the development. So I want to understand the challenges in moving forward if, let's say, East Bay Community Energy chooses not to move forward at the moment and table the item to a later date with entitlements in place. And maybe a follow-up question, where are you at with the San Francisco CCA as well? Because I'm not sure, because they're going to take a majority of it, of the development energy. So again, financing challenges, reduced footprint, and where are you at with San Francisco? And then maybe that's for Ms. Mitchell.
Thank you for the questions. Yeah, I'd be happy to address those questions. The project is developed at a capacity of 100 megawatts of solar capacity and 100 megawatts of battery storage capacity to achieve the economies of scale necessary to provide low cost wholesale power and other benefits like resource adequacy to CCAs and their customers. So the project does depend on multiple offtake opportunities. We intend to develop the project at a capacity of 100 megawatts using a portion of the land that was evaluated and proposed originally. The project was originally proposed on over 400 acres of land. The environmental impact report evaluated 2 alternatives that reduced the footprint of the project One of them was reduced to 385 acres, the other to 367 acres. The one that was reduced to 385 acres, we do consider to be feasible, and we can construct 100 megawatts of solar and battery storage on that property. But any smaller than that, it's really just gets to the point where our production value is so significantly diminished that we wouldn't be able to economically develop the project at 100 megawatts of capacity. The alternative that was identified as the environmentally superior alternative in the EIR is the 367 acres alternative. But I will say that it's only environmentally superior because it slightly reduces impacts relative to the 385 acre alternative. And it does not reduce any significant impacts relative to that other alternative. The 385 acre alternative removes 22 acres of land designated as resource management lands in the East County Area Plan, which the planning staff have determined solar would not be compatible with. So we recognize that, we defer to staff on that, and we are willing and able to redesign this project to really squeeze a record number of megawatts of capacity onto a very small property. Did I address your questions? Was there anything else beyond that?
Yeah, so yeah, a couple other follow-ups on the challenge in moving forward this project. Let's say East Bay Community Energy tables the agreement until after your entitlements. What does that look like? Is that kills the deal? And maybe this is Howard or somehow discussions. I'm not sure if this is us. We need to take the deal now or never. I would be sort of my question. And then where's San Francisco's CCA on this deal? Have they already executed to move forward with this agreement?
I'll speak for EBCE, and just first and foremost, I can't comment on where San Francisco is on the deal, so I'll let Marissa. I don't think it's appropriate for us to comment on their procurement process. In terms of killing the deal or not, again, I think we brought this forward sort of on the timeline that we brought it forward because, among other things, we have significant board turnover coming. And this is a project that has been in our queue for some time. And we felt that it was most appropriate for our board members who have been participating in the review of contracts that came out of this RFO to have a chance to make a determination as to whether or not EBC should pursue the project or not. Marissa, you want to talk further about financeability or not? Certainly.
Can I just make one other comment before you jump in, Marissa? And that's just that I want the board to be aware of. I would say it's pretty typical that an energy sort of load serving entity would sign any variety of sort of energy contracts for long-term PPAs prior to receiving permitting approvals. I can certainly appreciate that there are some, there's more diligence and more discussion that needs to happen in the context of permitting approvals here. And that's not closed out at this stage tonight. But it would be typical for these contracts to be signed prior to permitting approvals, being obtained fully. And all of our other long-term contracts were approved and signed prior to permits getting approved.
Thanks. Yeah, and I would just reiterate, Howard, what you said earlier, that this board is not making a land use decision and that this contract is contingent on us getting our land use approvals. The Alameda County Board of Zoning Adjustments will be making those land use approvals. And if appealed, will go to the supervisors, which will be sort of a final decision on the land use. You can read the staff report that is available online at the Alameda County Planning Department's website. Staff has determined that the project is compatible with the land use plan, complies with Measure D, and the only significant impact identified in the environmental impact report would be to visual resources. And that's not because of the solar facility, it's because of the landscaping screening. That would be just a change from the current pasture that is there. So I would reiterate that it is very important for projects like this for developers to be willing to continue to invest in local projects that have excellent benefits to be willing to accommodate the community and design the projects to be screened from view so that they're aesthetically pleasing, to provide opportunities for public hiking trails, to plant pollinator-friendly habitat, and to manage the site as a solar ecosystem rather than an industrial facility. All of those investments that we've been making for the last 3 years really culminate in getting the approvals we need for the power offtake. We are in the final stages, pens down with CPSF, so that power contract will be signed imminently.
I just have a follow-up question, and maybe for Howard or Nick, in regard to their project that they maybe build out, the 400 plus acres, the 385, maybe even the 367. Does that change our rate in our agreement? Is there sort of any kind of triggers that impact the cost structure? Because a lot of it is cut out.
So our agreement is not contingent on specific different findings. We have an agreement and there's a contingency. If it receives its permit, then it goes forward. If it does not, we do not. So, you know, the mitigation measures that they may or may not have to sort of implement have no bearing on our agreement. Our agreement is based on sort of the commercial terms that we've negotiated. And, you know, the sole contingency is whether or not the project receives its permit. And it just as a policy, one should never, I don't think we would ever, and Howard, you would comment as this, we would never sign contracts with like differential levels of procurement or pricing based on, you know, factors related to potential outcomes related to permitting. That would really not be a good process for us. We negotiate terms, and those are the terms.
So, and based on that, I just want to clarify. So if we don't move forward with this agreement, and let's say we revisit it at a later date post entitlements, and maybe the structure is such where now it's going to be a little bit more expensive, then we're at risk for that additional exposure or additional cost per megawatt. Would that be reasonably expected or no?
I don't know if we can comment on that. Certainly circumstances could change. You're right. We have the agreement that we have. And if we don't agree to this agreement, certainly in the same way we can decide that we can change our mind and decide not to pursue this. Presumably Intersect could similarly change their mind because circumstances have changed. So I think it's impossible to comment one way or the other if we would or would not face those you know, changes or.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez from Dublin.
Thank you. I just want to make a couple comments. First of all, Nick would not be doing his job if he would not be seeking for this contract. And the reason why I say that is I remember sitting on this board a while ago and our board member saying, you need to go find local jobs and you need to go find, you know, somewhere here in Alameda County. So again, Nick is just doing his job. And again, we are not going to be the decision makers. It will be the Board of Supervisors. So that being said, I think the hour is getting very late. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor May from Fremont.
Yes, hi. So thank you for this conversation, and I thank all the people who have come this evening, both from Livermore and from the surrounding communities. For Fremont, and some of the considerations on why we are evaluating this is we recognize how important it is right now to be proactive in addressing environmental concerns. And we've talked much this evening about different sourcing of energy, as well as the fact that, you know, in this pandemic situation and looking at building the future workforce, we think it's very important to have these apprenticeship programs and the opportunity to develop them. And so therefore, from my perspective, from the city of Fremont, we are supportive of this.
Thank you. I see Councilmember Monroe once again from Livermore.
Yeah, unless there's other comments, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this.
I'll second.
Okay, who was the second? That was Vice Chair Diane Martinez from Emeryville was the second. Any other comments or questions by anybody? I'll just say a few words. I do also support this project. I think this is appropriate for EBCE to put forward. In fact, this is what we've been asking for. One of the things we've been asking for are meaningful solar energy or clean energy projects within Alameda County, and this is certainly within Alameda County. No project is perfect, and the environmental review will continue as it should and must. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife will always do its job, and they're not ones to back down. So if more mitigation is required, so be it. But our job, I believe, is to pursue meaningful, including large clean energy projects within our county. And no offense to Tracy, within our county, within our service area, including Tracy. And this certainly fits that bill. So there's a lot of work to be done to move this forward. And our job, I believe, tonight is to keep the ball rolling. So we have a motion and a second. I see no other hands raised. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Albany,
Respectfully abstain.
Berkeley,
Happily vote yes.
Dublin,
Yes.
Fremont,
Yes.
Hayward,
Yes.
Livermore,
Yes.
Newark,
Yes.
Piedmont,
Yes.
San Leandro,
Yes.
Tracy,
Yes.
Union City,
Yes.
Did you say Emeryville? Yes.
yes, thank you. Oakland,
Aye.
thank you. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That, I believe that's our last agenda item. I do want to, hold on a second, I'm sorry, just getting here. Yeah, that's the last agenda item, correct? Is that correct? Am I missing something?
That's
Board
it.
member and staff announcements.
We have staff and board member announcements.
Got it. Okay, I want to say a few, well, I'll open up to everybody in terms of staff and board member announcements. I want to acknowledge that by the end of the year, we will be losing some of our esteemed board members. We already know that Supervisor Haggerty, really the driving force behind this agency, is leaving his office, as we know. He will be here at the next meeting, assuming we do have a meeting in December, I believe. So we'll have a chance to talk to him directly and say goodbye, but he'll be leaving. I know, who am I missing here? Mayor Pilch, is this your last meeting for EBCE?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay, so Councilmember Hernandez from San Leandro, is this your last meeting or are you here next month?
I think I'll be here one more. I think I'll squeeze it in. We'll see what happens.
We're certainly gonna miss all the members of the board who will be leaving us. Did I leave anybody out? Nick Chassett, anybody else I'm forgetting to acknowledge right here?
Kendall?
Well, yeah, he's not here with us. But yes, Al, I believe Al may be back next month, though, is my understanding. And that may be his last meeting, but next month he will join us. I don't know, board member Marquez, though. You would have greater insight than I as the alternate for the city of Hayward.
That decision hasn't been made yet in terms of who's going to be taking over, and I can't confirm whether or not he's going to be here in December. So I just wanted to put that out there that
yeah,
coming off at some point. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'm very sad to announce that next month will be my last meeting as a member of this board, and it's been a pleasure to serve with all of you. Certainly offer some comments at that time. Berkeley City Council will be appointing a new representative, but I wanted to announce in advance that I'm going to be stepping off as well.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll certainly miss you. Of course, you are still the mayor of Berkeley, so we're glad to hear that. But we will miss you on this board. I guess of all those we mentioned, I guess Mayor Pilch, this is maybe your last meeting, so I just want to say thank you for your tremendous involvement and work as an EBEC board member and your commitment. And we give you our great heartfelt thanks. And we look forward to working with whoever is your replacement. They'll have big shoes to fill. What size shoes do you wear? No, I'm kidding. Big shoes to fill, and we really appreciate everything you've done. So, Nick, if you have any final words for our as you're leaving.
Yeah, just really quickly, I wish that it didn't have to be 10 p.m. at night that I do this, and I wish Director Mandel and Haggerty were here as well. But just quickly, maybe I'll come back in public comment at the next meeting and say a few words too. But it has been a privilege and a pleasure to be a founding board member of this organization. It's been just a wonderful ride. I think we do have some new council members in Albany, one in particular that I hope gets appointed to this, will really enjoy the wonkiness of this. And I have as well, and enjoyed all the aspects of being a board member and connecting with all the other board members. It's been 4.5 years that I've been on here. Nick Chassett, great job putting this organization together and hiring great staff. So kudos to you for that. And I thank all the other board members who have participated and contributed, and in particular Supervisor Haggerty and Chair Cobb and Vice Chair Martinez and Director Mandel, who's not here. I've really appreciated their input, especially. And finally, I just hope you can send me one of those EBC masks. That's all I ask as I term out here. So farewell and thank you so much.
Thank you again. And next month, we'll be able to spend a little time saying goodbye to the other council members and mayors and board members, including Ed from San Leandro and Supervisor Haggerty and maybe Councilmember Mandel from Hayward if he's joining us. And anybody else. So other than that, does anybody else have any comments or announcements or final closing thoughts among board members tonight? It is late. Okay.
Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Can't wait for 2021.
Thank you all again for the engagement tonight. We had a long agenda and it was productive. And this meeting is now adjourned.
Good night.
Bye. Happy Thanksgiving.
Good night.